Good evening and welcome. So, sorry, I am woefully unprepared. And thank you, Jenny, for the 60 months. And, oh, Sabasizo with 39 months. Yeah, I just got home from a trip to Sweden not 2 hours ago. I had to sleep a bit and get some dinner and then rush up here. Yeah, so yeah, first time catching live. Hello, welcome. Yeah, just went to Malmö Tantra Festival. Very nice event. Very surprisingly nice event. Not that I didn't expect it to be nice, but I didn't expect it to be this well organized and smooth running. It was really nice. Oh, but that means I'm a little bit away from everything here because I've been disconnected from the real world since Friday and just haven't turned on the PC since, well, Thursday actually. So yeah, it's been a crazy weekend, and I just need to reattune. But I was also on the way back in the car. I was like, okay, it's gonna be nice to just get into this nice constrained rule based world. Very nice, structured, not it. Some of these things at a tantra festival, they get a little bit, let's say, esoteric. Um, it's one of the things that is interesting about communities such as that, where the tantric community can be like, yeah, we like the lifestyle and we like the sensuality and the openness and the connection with other people, and then there are others who are sort of coming at it from a spiritual and religious perspective. And it's really difficult when you're not spiritual and 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 religious about these things, then to sort of not see it as utter bullshit, because you can see what's going on. Which festival was it? Malmö Tantra Festival. Um, so there's a lot of things where, like, okay, so there's something called fire breathing. It's like, oh, it's a technique to make your focus your thoughts and get more in tune with your body. What it is, it's fast breathing with the mouth in, mouth out, like, and you continue and you continue and you continue, and then you go through like sort of steps. But if you sort of fast breathe for 15 minutes or so, your brain is not getting enough oxygen, and you start shaking and just get really in tune with the spirituality, or your brain is not getting enough oxygen, and therefore a lot of crazy and interesting things happen. Because of course, when you're sort of hyperventilating, your stuff happens, physiological things happen. It's not about you get connection to, I heard the stupidest thing yet. I'll try to reiterate it. um, to reproduce it as faithfully as possible, because I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So there's this guy who was teaching some spiritual practice, and he had a workshop on Saturday evening about the Tibetan Kama Sutra. Yes. And then he was like, we all know the Indian Kama Sutra, but there was something missing. And the Tibetans, they realized what was missing, because it was all about postures and energy, but something was missing. It was the blah. Yes, he said, it was the blah. The blah was missing. You may not know what it is, but blah is energy times time times consciousness times something else, emotion. Like, I don't know how you multiply these things, but whatever. Like, you see it? It's the blah. The blah is everywhere. The blah is emotion. The blah is permeating every thought, every memory, everything that exists, everything that has existed. And if you access the blah, then you can change the timelines. And you can go into different times. And this is what we're gonna do today. Like, the blah? You seriously called the blah? It was the funny thing. The funny thing was like the name. Like if it was called like Kundalini, I was like, oh, okay. Well, Kundalini is an ancient thing, and we've heard about it, and it's a way of describing it. Yeah, okay, something that happens in the body, and sure, that's Kundalini. But this was like the blah. There was like if someone was if I had to come up and just give a bullshit lecture on something, this I was thinking like this would be exactly what I was doing. Like if I was trying to not con someone but just make a parody of someone, I would go like, it's called the blah. What is it? It's buzzword times buzzword times buzzword times buzzword. Yeah, like energy and time and consciousness and emotion, like all rah, into the blah that permeates everything and is everywhere all the times. So basically, when the thought was also like, if you recall memories, if you're thinking when you're making love to a woman, and then you suddenly think, oh, she looks like my mother, then you access the blah, and you access a parallel timeline, and then you have making love with your mom. Like, I don't think I want to do this blah thing you're into. I good thing I'm not advocating for it. Like, it was so bizarre. Like, it was, you can access the future. You can go into the future and you can experience something that hasn't happened yet. Like, okay. Yeah, but the thing is, multiplying different metrics is the thing is like you're not multiplying numbers. You're just multiplying concepts. Yeah, and the thing is like, up to the Kama Sutra from other countries, maybe Belgium version, chocolate and beer, maybe. Yeah. So, and no, he's not a con artist, and he's not a mental case. He's religious, and he went to Tibet, and he discovered this thing, and then he wants to teach it to the rest of the world. But the thing is, like, every single workshop is like there's a new concept of something, like, oh, this ancient Indian tradition, this ancient something tradition, this ancient something tradition. It's always like there's something magical that happened 2,000 years ago that's not documented, but it's certainly better than anything we have today. We just absorb it. And I'm pretty sure that most of the things that if you really sort of got into it, it's not really that awesome. Like, there's this probably really flawed. Like, Tantra as itself is 1,000 years old. I don't know how fucking old it is, but it also doesn't matter. But what we call Tantra in the West is not really. It's, you can see that I've been into a school that is sort of kind of being strict about sort of interpretations, but they had problems because, you know what, they didn't have 1,000 years ago in India? Equality. So, like, the feminine aspect is servile and submissive, and like, oh yeah, let me see you wiggle your way out of that one in a modern European society. I was like, oh, well, that's just interpretation. It doesn't mean what it says. Like, oh, that's funny. Sometimes it's very literal, and other times when it's less convenient, it's not so literal. It's just figurative. Like, yeah, okay. So you do, like all religious people do. You just cherry pick the stuff you like, and then you extrapolate the rest of the way. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, it was an absolutely amazing workshop. Um, it was like he knew his shit, and it was 64 different ways of making love in from the Tibetan Kama Sutra. So if you strip away all the blah, literally the blah, then it was pretty fucking amazing. And that's the thing about it as a non-religious, non-spiritual person coming to these events is that these guys and girls, they know their shit. It's just the packaging that's god awful. And it can be a little bit tough to strip away the packaging and kind of figure out like why is this working? Like some part of it is the placebo effect, some part of it is the breathing, some part of it is the mass psychosis. I don't know of a better word for it, but if you're in the room with 50 other people who are also really hyped up and the energy is flowing, you get hyped up and the energy is flowing. And like there's a lot of things that just compound, and the storytelling is not a trivial aspect. Like when you go to a restaurant and it's an expensive restaurant, they will always tell you a story about like, oh, the chef was out there hand picking in the morning in the freshly dewed. He picked these herbs, and you can taste how fresh they are. And like, yeah, it just tastes a little bit better. No, it didn't. It just came from the same supermarket that you buy your herbs from, but the story made it taste a little bit better. And that's the part. So there's some storytelling, there's some breathwork that does some physical things to your body. There's some sort of mass psychosis of being in a room with other people who get super aroused. And then there's some actual techniques that do that are some amazing things. And then it's really it's really it's amazing, and it's very inspiring. And I love it. I love going to these events. I just have to sort of bite my lips and just cut through the blah, literally the blah. So when the restaurant is expensive enough, they just don't tell any story, like when it was a Michelin stars. No, that's not true. I mean, literally the best restaurant in the world for many years, Noma, they were very, very particular about every dish has a story to it, and like everything is like specially hand picked and hand bred and hand something, and there's a lot of story to it. So yeah, so Noma and there's a lot of three other what's it? Geranium is also another one that was also world's best restaurant. So yeah, they do. Yeah, the story is part of the dish. It is. It's part of it, and it's also why your bottle of wine you enjoy um, on a romantic getaway to the Mediterranean, sitting there overlooking the sunset over the Mediterranean. You're sitting there in the French Riviera with your sweetheart, enjoying that glass of wine, and you go like, this is the best wine I've ever had. You look at the bottle, and when you come home, they just have it in your supermarket, and it's just an ordinary, cheap bottle of wine. But it tasted a little bit better when the setting was right. And that's it's storytelling. It's how it works, and it's we like that as humans. So yeah, but it was an absolutely amazing weekend. It was a little bit interesting with these very spiritual things to sort of not go through it. There was also a lot of other things that were less spiritual. That's called placebo. Yes, the thing is, placebo. When just because it's placebo doesn't mean it does not mean that it does not work. That's the thing. Like, just because you said, oh, that's a placebo effect. Yes, it may be the placebo effect, but it's still fucking there. It's still an effect, and you can harness that with good storytelling and make believe. Then your own body and your own mind will do the rest. So, you're a coffee drinker? No, I am not. Yeah. So harnessing that storytelling. So, like when you go to on a roller coaster ride, which is just a ride, versus the Harry Potter ride at Universal, which is some kind of story. Yeah. Or it's like random hell ride, whatever, or it's the Harry Potter ride. Woo! I know if the I don't know if that was the best parallel, but sure, sure. It's there is a powerful thing about this, and you can also see that people have the same thing, for better or for worse. If someone who has a good name will say something, then it just carries more weight, even though someone else said the same thing. That's like all of us awkward kids when we told a joke and no one laughed, and then the popular kid told our joke and everyone laughed. It was the same fucking joke. Yeah, but it wasn't told by the popular kid, so it didn't. It didn't matter. It it wasn't so funny. Right? Did we all get triggered there? Or if someone is pretty, it also applies. Yes, to a certain extent, yes. There might also be like a negative effect, like, oh, you're pretty, so you must be dumb. But there is a part about like, oh, you're handsome or classical beauty, then it's like, oh, you must be. Same thing with men and height. Tall men are more authoritative, and there's this. I remember in my old company, and it was like my boss was like, oh well, if you have ambitions of this, then I'm sure you can make it. I was like, I could never become a VP in this company. I was like, why not? If you believe in it, it's like, it doesn't matter how much I believe in it. I'm 10 centimeters too short. It's just a factor. Like, no, 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 no. It's like, yes, it is. Everyone. I mean, I'm white. I'm male. That's already two of the qualifications. But the last one got to be over 190 something, because that was just like every VP of this company was exactly like that, and it's just like, oh, this guy is really authoritative. Like, yeah, it's a lot more easy to be authoritative when you're 190 instead of 170. Then just kind of has a more imposing posture, and that's kind of translated into be more authoritative. That translates into be a better leader. That translates into to promotions. That translates into all the VPs are 190 something. 190 is a giant. I mean, that's probably the average height of people in Holland. Because, otherwise they can't get their head above the water. So, Dutch people are crazy tall. Which makes sense when you live below the surface of the water, then you kind of have to be tall. So, survival of the fittest, I suppose. Yeah. So anyway, I had a lovely weekend. I hope you guys had a lovely weekend. As exciting as mine. I doubt it though. It's pretty magical. So, would you like to play Factorio with bugs on the highest level? No, I prefer Factorio bug free. Average height of Fortune 500 combos is about 10 centimeters taller than the average endurance. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if you just pull those numbers out of your ass, but it kind of, if it's true, then it sort of supports my hypothesis. So, yeah. As someone from the Netherlands, 190 is tall, but not that tall. Exactly. You're absolutely right. It's like, yeah, you're definitely tall, but it's not like freakishly tall. In Northern Europe, at least. So, yeah. $27. I thought it was like 87% of all statistics are made up. I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that it was 87% of all statistics that was made up. I'm exactly that tall. Yeah. Napoleon was small too. No, he was not. He was not actually. He was not actually small. He was exactly the average height for the time. So, I think bugs on higher level. I prefer my software without bugs. That's just, I'm old fashioned like that. I'm not so much into playing these alpha versions that are super buggy. Yeah. French feet with his time. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I just kind of, I just, I need to sort of decompress from my weekend in order to sort of transition into. So we're gonna be just chatting a little bit more before going in and playing some Factorio, just so sort of I can I don't know, decompress. I just got home not long ago. God damn, I hate Discord overlays. How do I stop that? But anyway, yeah. So don't know if I. It was really good actually. This festival. It was both like beginner friendly, but there were also like pretty advanced stuff. So yeah. Anyway, I had a you closed Discord. Yeah. Well, I kind of need it for notifying things. Anyway, so all right. So what did we have you tried the breathing methods before? Yes, I've done a lot of breath work. Also, like Wim Hof breath work. Um, Not a fan of Wim Hof, obviously, but he took a lot of the traditional and westernized a lot of the um, traditional breath work. I love Wim Hof. I think that's a problematic sentence to say. It is. It is. Like, it's like saying you. I'm thinking kind of like, yeah, I love George Savile. No, you don't. Don't. Wim Hof is a problematic person, but you can still sort of separate the person from the techniques. It's kind of. I also love the writing of H.P. Lovecraft, but I'm not sure I would sort of see eye to eye with H.P. Lovecraft on sort of other things, cat names, for example. But so kind of separate the person from the stuff they've done. Artists of various sorts and scientists for that matter can be problematic. That doesn't make their work necessarily problematic, as long as it's not sort of done under an agenda. And a wonderfully exciting weekend. So now I'm watching your stream to decompress. Ah, that's perfect. Me too. Yeah. So I do love the breath work. I think that breath work is, I don't know, I'm not going to say underestimated because it's you either don't know about it or you know how awesome and powerful it is. So for anyone who doesn't know what breath work is, or pranayama, is that? Yeah, pranayama. I think that's, or prana for of all sorts. Um, it's like different breathing techniques that sort of activate different things, but what it comes down to is it's, if I was sort of put it under an umbrella, then it's a method that is part of a meditation where you control your breath in a certain way in order to maybe build up energy or suppress energy or calm down your nervous system. There's the simplest trick. So if you are nervous, then and you want to calm yourself, you want to calm you get jitters, then the simplest thing in the world that you can do is that you take long breath in through the nose, and then you breathe out through the mouth, and the breath out has to be twice as long as the breath in. So you can count like breathe in by 4, like, and then repeat. Do that 3 times and you calm your nervous system. It's not a magical spiritual thing. It's just how the human body works. And it's one of those things that are super simple. So calming yourself, there's a really simple breathwork technique to calm yourself. You can also build up energy and get yourself excited and get some build up energy, and then you can do all sorts of things. But breathwork combined with some kind of meditation or some kind of physical practice, yoga or something, can get you to some really nice elevated states of being, and or sort of get you places, either excited or calm or aroused or anything like that, or exhausted. And something is in the Oh, that in the frame. That's... There we go. So anyway, that's the very, very short version of what breathwork can do. And it's... You have to be into those practices. But it is... yeah, I like it. Also, like a breathwork journey is a great way to sort of wrap up a weekend where it's been so many impressions. Like, I'm coming home from this and I'm just full of impressions and just my mind is racing. Then a breathwork journey would be like the perfect way to end, where you just sort of calm it, go through the chakras and just land, process, relax, get all the jitters out of your system and get your mind at ease and at peace. This is basically what I'm doing now. Like just talking and then we're ready to dive into the game. Cool. I love when I talk about stuff like this, then it's just chat becomes completely quiet. The only interaction is like exclamation point Factorio. Hello, tall man. Kind of wanted to see if there were any kind of reactions like, oh my god, you heretic, or like, oh bullshit, or like, oh yeah, wow, awesome, someone talking about shit like that. Anyway, I guess not. You're all just sitting there, go like, when is the game on? When is the game on? When are the commercials done? Hey, tall man. Can't I'm still holding my breath. All busy breathing, yes. You are all breathing consciously now. You're welcome. I always learn when you talk about stuff, so I like it. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate it. Ah, yes. So let's see what we have. Oh, right. Just no clue what stuff. Awesome. Trying to calm down after the working on Gleba. Well, if you're trying to calm down, I just gave you the trick not too long ago on how to calm yourself, and it's something that I do myself when I'm just like, oh, okay, like stressed out. Just like 3 long breath in, count to 4 in, hold your breath for 4 on the count of 4, and then breathe out, count of 8. Repeat 3 times, and then you're just calmer, and it works. It's very simple. It's surprisingly simple, surprisingly effective. I actually had I went to a lecture with a neuroengineer who was just saying that this was one of the tricks that was like the basic trick, that how it by breathing this way you triggered some things in the brain that sort of release some relaxation. So like, oh, okay, nice to hear it from not just from some random guru who talks about the blah, but actually from a neuroengineer, you know, like my kind of religious guru, you know. Anyway, gaming next week. I have 3 streams scheduled for Assassin's Creed, and then of course next Sunday will be more Factorio. So that's kind of the plan. I really want to continue with Assassin's Creed. I know it's not particularly popular, but I really have fun playing it. And until we have something new coming up, and I do have some things on the horizon. So that's gonna be the plan for next week: Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and will be Assassin's Creed. There is a little bit. Who cares about Assassin's Creed? I care, and that's the only thing that matters. Because this is my channel, and if you don't want to watch it, you can go somewhere else. And most people do, and that's totally fine. But I luckily have the luxury of playing exactly what I want to play on this channel. Isn't that, well, within the terms of service on Twitch, of course. But that's how it works. Yeah, luxury I have. So thank you, patrons, for that luxury. Cool. That's the plan for next week. You're enjoying the AC streams? Yes. You and your significant other are, and that's good enough for me. And good evening. The game. You can unmute now. How to save? I don't know what. Ooh. Why does that say 5 days ago? Oh, right. This is when I stopped recording and then I had to prepare blueprints. That's why it's just an autosave. Don't care about the autosave. And then there was the thumbnail as well. So we'll take that. Is that a one? I think that's the one. Good. Right. Designing and testing early spaceships for the masterclass series. Link in the stream chat. I think it's as optimized as you can get, maybe as inspiration for your design. Oh, I don't want it to. Thank you for the warning. I'm not going to look at that because I don't want to get inspired by something. And you have done some really good work on design. So if I get inspired, I'm going to end up sort of iterating from your design, and that's not what I want. Oh, I can make a sacred goal. That's so cool. Yes. It would create quite a rocket. Yes. 20. Yes. Yep, that will be noisy. But I think that this is kind of how we want to build the bus. There was one thing I changed, and that was like here. I switched some things around so that this can now go out on the dedicated lane, and that means I now have also the dedicated lanes here. This is something I put in the blueprint, so now I know exactly what's going to be on each of the paths here. Yep. And then sort of some of them get replaced once they sort of expire. And then they just happily go out here. I think this was a better design that we added a line to get the ammo out. It's definitely necessary. Hello, people. Thank you for the 14 months. This one I'm not super happy about, but I don't know if I can do anything about it. I don't know what else I'd want here. So, and then we have that one. That goes out into some of these things that we want to make, and I don't think we have anything additionally we want. This is all good. And this one's all good. And then the thing we were looking at last time was the Coverx. Coach Grognon, thank you for the prime. Welcome. How do you create folders? You just create them in your... so if you... Isn't there a... No, there's no link to get to that, to the folder. But anyway, you have to find a folder, and then you just create a folder, and then that's it. So, what are the things that we want to make? Because if we look at Coverx here, Coverx is a space science pack, so I think it's reasonable to make that, but I don't think it's reasonable to make this one as part of the base, because even though we could, then it's so far away that we will already be working on Volcanus at that point. And at that point, I'm like, I'm leaving this base as it is, and you can build it as you see fit, whenever you, how you see fit, when, what, why, all that stuff, right? Yeah. Now that's disconnected. Sucks. Ah. Okay. Sucks. Again. Yeah. And then I want to have this one. Oh yeah, this we have to craft. Oh, it's not in this one. It's in one of these. Ugh, it's disgusting. Do we count on this, or do we say that we actually, for this one, we definitely have tier 2s? Yeah, we will. Is anything crafting requested chests? That's a good point. No. because I'm only crafting this one at the beginning. And then I guess this, or maybe this one could also be like additional stuff that we want to make once we get to space, because this part, or this part of the build here, is actually only valid when we get to space, because it's space science. So that's a really good point, that we'd have some things here that we'd want to craft that is space tech, which means, what would that be? That would be as if. Okay, what else? Like beacons, no. Beacons are purple tech. Why are they enabled here? That's weird. How's purple tech? How's... Oh, it's not enabled. Then why the hell can I make it? Select beacon here? Oh, I can because it's just deselected. Yeah, okay, that's why. Is there anything else that we can only make once we have this tech? Or at least this tech? Well, there's the stuff out here in our other hub thing. Set up the fuel cell assembler with a tier 1. Upgrade the modules later. Thrusters, that's already taken care of. It's only sort of after this. It's modules 2, I guess. Modules 2. Those are already crafted, and I think that maybe just after, and then there's the logistics system, and then there's nothing else that gets enabled at this tech level, right? We get Coverx enabled, which means also nuclear fuel is a thing, and Coverx, and over here we get these things. So it's actually just nuclear fuel as well, which is not that one. It's kind of tempting to just do, like, these ones already have hype training coming. Still doesn't work. Because it's not really that many things that are actually necessary here, or valid, or whatever. Like, these could be the 3 types of... It's nice when it's like this, but the problem is that I need steel boxes in here as well. And I don't really feel like making another one just to make another batch of steel boxes just to go into this. Because that would kind of make it... Okay. There's kind of one way to do this, and that's like this. And you might be like, but what about buffer chests? And I go like, what buffer chest? I've never used them, so I don't care. Oh, right. This is constrained by this one. Why not have steel boxes delivered by bots? Because how are you going to request them if you don't have the requested chest yet? This kind of feels off to be handcraft one. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can always do that, but ooh, look at this glorious hype train. Oof. Nice way to get on the leaderboard for the month. That also gives us stone on this one, yeah. Woo! Draco Falcone, thank you for the 5 gifts up. You are now on the top of the leaderboard for the month. By the time you're going to get that, you'll have requesters by definition. Yeah, you will have it, sure, but I don't know. I kind of dislike that idea. And Efardita, thank you for the 31 months. The reason I dislike that idea generally is that I'd like to be able to stamp this down and then just not having missing entities, but only having missing recipes. Yeah, that kind of feels better. Oh, right. 60 seconds on the train. If we get to level 1 for 4 subs. I don't think so, but you know. This one will then be enabled, and that will be when these are over 0, right? It's over 0? Yes, when it's more than 0. And then they will not be over 0 because this one will not have any here. This one will then be called. And I know it kind of sucks not to have the last one. Okay, how much do you hate the fact that I don't have the last one? I use only buffer chest, no requesters or passive riders. Yeah, okay, well, there's always someone weird around here. This is an option, yes, but let's try. What if we... And, oh, gifted sub. Hey, Robster, thank you. Did you gift it after the tribe train ended, or was it like seconds before it ended? Thank you so much for 10 gift subs. You're now on top of the leaderboard. Green chest is really nice. No, it's not. You are mistaken. But okay. Any plans to do a parallel run? Absolutely not. I would never dream of doing that, something like that. Timing wise. Least important. These two, swap it. This feels weird, doesn't it? This feels better. Yeah, that feels better. You are not getting anything because you only get it once it passes the other two, because of course this is completely useless. I like this. Do we like it? Are you going to do yellow and purple signs? Nope, not on novice. That doesn't belong on novice. It belongs on volcanoes. So, not here. I don't know if I feel like it's a beautiful solution, but it's a workable solution. And it uses the space I have available, and it gets this part, and it's kind of when you're able to build these things, that's also the time when you want to build that and this. So you will stamp it down earlier, but then there. And let's see if this is connected up here. This has the indication, and there's a parcel number here. This one's almost done, which is then why it's consuming everything. I don't know, these should probably be like this. Like, it also just seems inconsistent. Like, why am I using greens somewhere and blues somewhere else? I don't know. What's the logic? Or is this just the place where we go like, yeah, everything is going to be green now? Hey, Riston J, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, the hype train kind of died, apparently. So, it didn't it? Must have. It's no longer popping up. Yeah, okay, so the hype train died. Too bad. Oops. Bulk inserts everywhere at this stage. I think you're misunderstanding what this stage is. This stage is not a big base. This is a starter base. So, it will actually be a significant amount of effort here. No yellow, and they're already made. As soon as you have blue tech, you make those. And then this is only sort of one of the last bits of the base that only makes the stuff that we weren't able to do when we built the starter hub here. No, here. Also, not really enough room for anything else. Extra inserter from extra. Yeah, this is an extra inserter. Thank you. That doesn't belong. Yeah, I guess this is fine. But I am a little bit puzzled about, like, obviously these outbounds are not warranting greens. But some of this needs to go to 100, and that's kind of a lot, so this kind of makes sense. But then again, it doesn't, right? These are just fine. Maybe I only make it for like a specific few that really need a lot. Like, this is not very much, so let's make it already at this point. Oops, we're making it. We're still making blue because I don't need greens for anything. But then there's a notable exception. Not even here, but here. This is a notable exception where we'll put greens in. And everything else is blue because we don't need anything else. And there's no reason to waste materials at this stage on something like this. As a starter base, well, the thing is, this starter base is supposed to also provide our starting point for volcanoes. So we'll be exporting things to volcanoes from here. Plus, if you want to build stuff like this nuclear power plant, we're kind of needing them, the boxes here. So, yeah, I kind of feel like it. Okay, so I like this. That means we now have that aligned, and it's been added. It's good, and it's controlled by this little metric here. And I'd love to have one that controls the entire base, but if I do that, then I also have to make sure that there's like a power line, or then I have to make sure that, oh, radars. This might actually be a really good case for me for using radars, isn't it? So we could kind of go like this and then say, This red wire also goes in here. That means on the red wire, I now also have, and I'd have to get these things out here as well, but and this has to be moved and then switch to a red wire coming from here. Yes, that one. But then it wouldn't change anything that's already active, because that's, yeah, already active. But I need to add these spaceship parts, modules, and hubs or chests. Yeah. Then I would actually need to add it to this one. Blue signs, no, we'll make it down here. And this one will then be that one. What was the last one? Space platform. Spaceship parts. This one. And now all the other things will have started up again because I just doubled the request amount. Yes, they did. But then I delete you. Has to be done in that sequence. There is one missing inserter for the space platform pack or landing pack. Steel, yes. Good, thank you. Now this one should be disabled. It just disabled while it was crafting. This one, we never got anything, so that's why this was empty. I didn't even notice it, but you guys did. Thank you. And this one built a little bit more while I was mucking about with the settings, and then it stopped. How far are we with now is almost done. Yeah, so I think that I like this, because that means we have only a single location here. This one is then everything we want. And then it comes in as progressively more advanced stuff, like this. Maybe like that. First we get the spaceship parts, then we get the hub, the logistics chest, and then we get the modules. Good. I like it. That means we have to update the blueprint here for this one. That's good. We found a really good use for a radar here to connect these two without too much hassle. And it's a really nice location as well. What about this one? Is that necessary? Yes, it is. It is. That might be nicer. The order of the list orders the request to, that has no impact. It's just for convenience to me to say that the stuff that's highest is the most basic stuff. Here. Like the most basic stuff. And then it gets progressively like less likely that you're going to build it, right? The first thing you want to, when you build a hub, then this is the first thing you want to mess with. Like, how many do we want of this? This is also what you want to update more. Then it's like more infrastructure, fluids, when you get to oil, trains, then maybe combinators. Sure, maybe even get combinators before. At least that's how I feel like it. Well, it's also light, so probably before fluids even. And then blue science items, then nuclear, you might want to get that. And then spaceship parts, logistics chest, because these are only coming after you build the first space platform. So it makes sense. Do you want to design volcanoes? I'm going to design the whole thing. It looks like spaghetti. Near modules, you can delete some red lines. Near modules, you can delete some red lines. Yeah, that's actually funny. What the hell's going on here? That is a good question. That looks like a copy pasting. My God, someone's been active. Oh no, this is very incorrect. Oh, copy paste nightmares. Okay, there was a sanity to this? I have no idea what's going on. Algon's in here. And if that comes from up that one, then I don't need connections such as this or this. That's interesting. There's definitely a mistake here. Like, why do we keep producing robots? Because these are not constrained. Oh, these are constrained to 1000? And they're constrained here also. Yeah, well, the robots haven't done anything. Why do we even have the robots listed then? We shouldn't have robots here. We don't have robots. Why are they on the red wire then? I don't understand why they're on the red wire. Somehow I have robots on the red wire. That doesn't make any sense to me. Must be something leaking into that. Because the wire carries everything that's in the chest. Yeah, but where? What chest is hooked up? I don't see what chest is hooked up to it, so that's why I'm not getting it. That connects up here. That connects up here. Yeah, so the thing is, this is on a green wire, which goes in here, but that doesn't go back out. If we look at this one, is just carrying the red wire from... Oh, this is the red wire from output of this one. That means, oh, right, it's carrying the network, okay, yes, that's why it's a negative number. It's a negative number because there is a positive amount in the, yes, okay. Makes sense. Good. Bottom efficiency module. There, that's correct. Very good. Thank you. And that one. And that one. And that one. Good. That looks a little bit better, right? And they are all connected. Yes, they light up. Right, so now it makes sense. But here's an interesting... It says 29. That's a positive number. So somehow we're not getting enough of these. You're not getting any of this. Why? You are disabled by control behavior. That's exactly what I said I shouldn't be doing. God damn it. This one should be outputting on the belt. Ugh. Should be that one. That needs to be updated. Hello, Swamp. Good evening. Ah, got fixing blueprint. Yes. Okay, good. Let's check. Good. It works. So yeah, that means this. It's because I'm kind of I have this as my collective base, and then when I make a masterclass, then I kind of strip away something, make it sort of as a branch, and then I go back to the trunk, but then take the new blueprints and merge them back onto the trunk. And as always, when you merge from branch to trunk, then or to main, it this happens. You forgot to merge something. Are you planning on doing a blueprint to the stage you were at in the previous playthrough? I'm gonna do for everything. Need version control for saves. I have version control on my my blueprints, I think. Well, it's 1.1. But in each of these, I think I did version controlling somewhere. I felt I did version control on something. Yeah, see, look at that. Fixed rails, engines, and inserters. Oh, these ones. Yes. Okay, they're not flawless, but I do have version control on the numbers here, so that I kind of keep track of it. Do you get any merge conflict? Nope. Just override. All right, this one I'm not happy about. Like you can feel that I'm not getting into this because I'm not really progressing with it, even though it's like super simple. The reason is I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. These are inbounds and they're taking up from the top. So here, like let's just make it like a really simple thing and then just kind of contemplate why it shouldn't just be this thing. Oh, why do I not have any outputs on this? That's a strange design. Mm-hmm. Ooh, this is not correct. I'm gonna get one of these will be liquid. This one can contain 50,000 and this one is only 25,000. That sucks. So I kind of have to store 2 boxes here. And then it gets outside of that. So could I do this one? Yeah, this one doesn't connect because it's on the turn. One, two, three, four. And sulfuric acid, where you be at? You're here. Is train unload to belts faster than to splitters facing each other? Nope. But splitters, so splitters isn't really much of an advantage. And by the way, this is never going to be needing to unload very quickly, so I don't even want to do this. This seems a little bit superfluous to have this one. Interesting. Infinite supply of... Ooh. Yeah. It's still faster. Still faster, not much though. Tested it not after space age, but it's not faster. Not so much faster that it makes a difference. Okay, so one Covarex. What was it we found out last time? That one Covarex is enough for one reactor or something like that. It was something like it was really simple math actually. When it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Where this is 60. Oh, even without Covarex, it was like this one, right? Okay, how do I do this usually? This one I usually do with just some boxes, right? I think it's before. Ooh, I don't like this one being here. Yeah. So I want to get it close, but then... No, that's exactly what I don't want. Yes. Because then that one can be deaded, and then I can use this. Like that. I suppose. Let's just keep it like this for now and just kind of see if it makes sense. Because we're gonna store this. 3-to-1 balance of uranium ore seems reasonable. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be so low inputs here that it... I mean, I don't know. I think it's correct to do a 3.1, but 3-to-1, but I also think that it's not necessary. And a 3-to-1 balancer is also a little bit of a hoax. Like, do we really think this is nicer? I don't. Do we really feel that, like, yeah, awesome, I feel much better about this? I don't feel better about it. So, there you go. So I found a problem with the hub where one product is the intermediate of another product. For example, I wasn't making any green inserts because it was already maxed out. But yeah, it's already been fixed. We fixed it. I fixed it in the blueprint, and then I fixed it here on stream again. So, yep. Anyway, this one needs both of these two, but also, I don't know, Coverx. I don't know, I kind of feel that these should be merged on the same line, but can't really do that. Not without adding something here or something there, or well, maybe I just need to get this one over. Doesn't feel good. This feels fake somehow. If I'm only putting it out on one side, then why do I even need? Maybe it's just like this. But should this one only catch the stuff that passes by, or should it be catching more? I don't know. Because this one would also like to go up into Coverx, for example. And then I have to do some wobbly bits there. I don't know how, but somehow. And then I need to get in here. Ironium in. Which is, it's just kind of awful this way. Like that, and like this, and like this, and then don't need much, but just a little bit. And then this, we'll get the ironium. Yeah, it's a very low quantity, so we'll just take this one onwards. Place the cells on the outside. You're right. Sometimes I make no sense. And I love the fact that, like, these questions, they come in as sort of like, I'm sure there's a good reason, but why are you not doing the most obvious thing in the world? Like, oh, no reason. I'm just not making sense. Sorry. And then, whatever, something like this for Corex. Then I just have to figure out how to do the Corex, because I used to be able to do it somehow, but... Use a priority spell to redirect the uranium to Corex first. No, I will not do that, because that means that I will never get any uranium. I want to make uranium fuel enough, and then any excess goes into Corex, because I'm gonna probably, or maybe potentially, I'm gonna get this part before I get Corex, and that should also be possible. So I'm gonna get this one filled up, and then only after that will I get the other things. I think that's good. Alright, maybe one more. Like this, and then... No, probably not. Alright, so let's see how if I can remember how to do this. So you are gonna get the good stuff, and that goes into a box. Maybe that's actually something like this. That will mean that it's lower priority coming in, which is not correct. You're going to go out here, and then you'll be having this one out into the actual box of usefulness that's only going to be active when this is greater than, I don't know, 50 or something. There. But we have a problem here, in the sense that I need, on the outer belt, then I will get the dark green uranium going in here, and then I need to be able to get this one has to only top it up. Which means, like, the easiest thing to do would be like that. That would work. Because anything that comes here would work, and then I will just do... Good uranium is going on the wrong side. I don't see that. This will put out on the outside. Oh! That's true. It actually is not going to work like this. Yeah, you're right. Like this, right? Looks better. Don't know if it is better, but it kind of looks better. And then these output, then they get picked up first, so I don't sort of constrain the entire belt by whatever we have flowing past. So you can see that there will be recirculating first before they do anything else. And that just gives us one more. Yay. Change blue for red in fuel? What? Why wasn't it good as it was set at first? Because then it was getting, the good uranium was also getting out on this belt, on the inside here, which is not supposed to happen. This can definitely be fixed because I don't like it. This looks clunky that it goes in here and out there, so... and if I just kind of let this one go straight in here, then the priority, then anything that comes out from here, because this is going to be outputting some uranium 2, or uranium, the dark uranium, right? If it does so, then it's going to get stuck. Then it'll get stuck here. Can there be an issue where only the last coverage will work? No. Nope. Once they get saturated, they will all work. But as you can see here, if this is prioritized, then, oops. If I do this, it works fine. Because now it will, I mean, there's obviously a huge stockpile here that needs to be consumed. But now it will only top up with excess from here instead of filling it up. And then every time it takes it in, it'll take it in from the stuff that gets recirculated first, which is how it's supposed to do, and then only topping up. And of course, this one is accumulating to too high a degree here. That one, and you are that one, and you are going to be that one. Then you get started. So close. The fuel cell is not working. No, that's true. Ah, that's why the red one, yes. Yeah, so I'm not happy about this. It works now, but this is clunky, to say the least. It could also just be like... that would also be fine. That like makes it a little bit better. But it still kind of feels bad. And there. That's actually nice now. Like, so... if this one... if it gets to a state where it's not really producing anything, but Coverix is flowing, then it will also be able to grab from here. Which makes sense. And then these are just going out and back in, and then you can see that they accumulate a little bit here. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. And this is just the maintenance. And then finally this one will get going. And you are up to something. Well, it'll be like having 1 or 2 maybe by the end. There. 1. And so it'll just gradually get started on all of them and just flowing. Yeah, you can make game faster. Sure, sure, sure. But that's not... oh, look at these little cute bots. They're so cute and slow. I like this. Like, I like it now because it feeds from the Coverix into the overflow box from Coverix. Both before it goes into Coverix and after it goes out of Coverix, it goes into this one. That's actually... I like that. I like that. Is it late enough that we should beacon it? It is not... that's not how it works. Coverix is space science. After space science, I make spaceships. After spaceships, I go to Volcanus. After Volcanus, or at Volcanus, I'm going to build a base. Once the base is built, I'm going to make some rebuild the science. Then, at that point, I make purple science. And at that point, I make beacons. And at that point, yes, you can come back and beacon this. If you want. But then you can just put them in here, right? But... or up there on the top one, maybe. Maybe actually I want to make room for having it on the top. There. Something. If there is less than 10 cells in the chests to prior correct a set. Yeah. I understand. I just don't really think that's... Then this one should then be like only... This one should only... No. Only pick up when less than... I don't like it. The reason why I don't like this is because I would then have to change it here and here in order for us to make a change. Like, then I think it's better to disable this one based on circuit condition, but I don't want to control it by circuits. I want to control it by logistics. So I think this is one of those, yeah, sure, you will get a little bit too much, but this is why I've only set it to 10. So if I set it to 50, it would be different, but now I'm setting it only to 10, and these are requesting like a little bit, right? 10 each. But they're spinning. They're not getting water though, but that's kind of... Just get water in here. Oh, are they connected actually? Yes, they are connected. So it's only one place we need to get water inbound for this to work. Nuclear power! Woo! It works. Noise. Yeah, so this is a little uranium build. Would it make sense to limit good stuff grabbers for Covarex? We just went through it like literally 1 minute ago. To get water from the bus. That's interesting. I don't know if I like that. I think I do. Because these don't need much water now. They only need 10.3 each. So how many do we have? 48. 48 times 10.3. That's 500 water, which is not much. Like the rest of this is not really using that much water. Where else? This is the only thing that needs water, right? So 800. So yeah, you know, I think that's a great point. I like it. No, I hate it. I hate it. I hate that idea. Worst idea ever. Fuck. Oh. The water line's too busy. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. Two, three, four. Four. Switch. Mm-hmm. I hope it works. No steam buffer to regulate fuel cell consumption. How dare you say stuff like that? Steam buffer is the worst idea anyone has ever gotten. Pretty much. Such an awful idea. There are very few mod packs where it makes sense. And I'm speaking about mod packs that make sense. It makes no sense in the base game. No sense at all. I use two mods. I use rate calculator. This is the one that gives me rates like this. And then I use the testing tool. Well, it's called, what's it called? Editor extended. For just kind of getting cheat items in here to get unlimited power, unlimited whatever you need. Hey JD, good to see you. Yeah, just read the time. It's even worse now. Here, it's reading the temperature, and then it's, for some reason, because Jeff wants to make things a little bit silly, he adds all the 4 temperatures together and then sees if the combined temperature, if the sum of the 4 temperatures is 2000. I mean, that's a programmer doing something. A physicist or a chemist would never add 4 temperatures like this. Because it's like the combined temperature is not 2000 degrees. Yeah. 550 each. Yes, but the combined temperature is not 2200. That we can all agree on. I hope. Adding the temps and checking them all is correct because you want to put through into all them with neighbor. Whatever. They're gonna be even out the temperatures, so it's fine. They will get temperature when they. I mean, it's a marginal thing. If it even makes a difference, then it's marginal at best. Either way, it's very much a programmer's perspective. Cool. Then, I mean, I don't like this one, but it's not working. I guess that's the best compliment I can come up with. It's not working. So I do the majority of the work and build every blueprint and design everything. You just place the blueprints I make. Well, that sounds like dad business. It's not temperature, it's not a number. Exactly, it's not temperature. But it is makes as much sense as blah, where I talked about in the beginning, where you multiply energy by time, by consciousness, by emotion. Like that makes no fucking sense either. Because it's just numbers. It's not even numbers, it's just concept that you multiply. And this is kind of the same thing. It's an artifact. Math doesn't need physics to work. No, it doesn't. But the operators, humans, kind of need to understand what's going on. Oh yeah, calculator UI is also one. Yes, that's true. That's the one made by Vichu for us. Cool. So I guess this is kind of our novice database. It looks nice. It's neat. It's small, but it's not. It looks bigger than it actually is because these are quarter-sized city blocks. So it looks like a massive base, but it's not, and it doesn't do much. But it should get the job done. So, I forgot my break. God damn it, we forgot our first break. Damn. Well, I guess we'll just skip ahead and take the next break at 10 o'clock. Well, what are we going to do? I don't know how to do this in... can we do a new space? A space? Oh, I can't do a space. Wonder how that one... Oh, a nuclear reactor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We should do nuclear fuel. Do you not want quality modules in the relevant space platform component assemblers? Eventually, yes. And yes, I do, but I don't feel that I want it in the blueprint. But I would probably put it in here. Maybe there. Not really anywhere else. Then there's a cheat button to not launch a starter pack. Ta-da! Thank you. I'm building space platforms today. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. But that's also... Oh, no, this is not it. Design space. This is where we're at. Yeah, nuclear fuel. I don't know if I need it. I honestly don't think I need it. I haven't used it at all. Doesn't need it. Don't need it for trains. Don't need it for anything. Like, I really don't see the point of using this anymore. I don't even... I mean, the reason why we use this is that it's marginally better for trains. But trains have a marginal use. So having something with a marginal use and getting a marginal upgrade, really? I mean, I guess I can do it for sort of sense of completeness and all that, unless this sucks. It does. Crap. Then I don't think I want to do it. Yeah, this sucks. Now I don't want to do it. Because I need to get it here, and then... Uranium shells are yellow signs, so that's a no. Actually, I don't want this. It's not something you want at this point. At this point, remember, this is before we get to space. Or this is, we've just been to space, made the first space platform. The next thing is going to Volcanus, and when we're on Volcanus, then we'll build something, and then we might come back to this and upgrade it later on. I might need used fuel cell processing. You cannot get that because it's purple tech, and we don't have purple tech. Purple tech, not available. So no yellow tech, no purple tech. Are the uranium fuel cells limited on output? Yes, they are. 10. It's just that they go in here to feed this, where there's now getting up to 10 of each. So at this point, at this tech level, this is what we can do. Oh, I need coal from bus. That's kind of awful, yeah. Or anything else from the bus. Shit. Yeah, that's true. We need something here. I really don't like to get that in here. Damn. What do we want? How do we want to solve this problem? Like, the obvious is fuel cells, because it's after this. But the thing is, this might be built before we have logistics. Logistics requires space, and yeah, this one requires space tech, but this does not require space tech. So I don't know. The simplest thing is just saying, like, well, we probably have a logistics request chest at this point, because whatever. Or we will get it soon enough that it doesn't really matter. How is this not a thing? Are we seriously not putting that into a logistics network? No, we do not. We probably should. Pick up. Just get that in here, just so we have it, and I guess you need it as well, which means kind of impossible to get it out here. Are we even gonna get it out? Okay, this doesn't work. More uranium-235 storage for later upcycling. I don't need any storage, I think. I'm thinking that everything goes in here for processing, and once it's done with processing, it goes into this box. And then when this box is full, then I really don't need more. Yeah, I built the fuel, and the problem is the fuel is kind of locked in here on the bus, and yeah, I could untangle it, but it's kind of entangled enough as it is. Why does this not present a solution to us? We definitely need blue circuits on a belt. Like that? No. But for legendary, we are not preparing anything. Short and sword on the bottom. Why am I so blind? It's so obvious. So freaking obvious, and that I am blind. There. Good. I don't know if I want to store 1,000, but probably do. Yep. Don't like this one. Or that one. Yeah. I like that it just fits so perfectly. Cool. Yeah, I think we're done with this base. And let's look a little bit in space. Do what you did at the oil station. Make solid fuel at the train station. Just pipe it in. Yeah, that's true. But then I'd still need a pipe inbound, which is also a little clunky. But I didn't do it here anyway. I changed it because we're now going down here. Oil and that one. Just getting in the coal inbound for all of these. Because this is early game or potential early game. And of course, if you only add trains later on, then you can do something that's cleaner. But I just wanted to give an option to, yes, you only have coal, but you have coal nearby. So use that for trains, and then go like, oh no, the trains will be slow. No, they really won't. That won't be a problem. More solar on walls, perimeter. We can always do that. Like, if you feel like it, knock yourself out with this everywhere. I am not so keen on, to be honest. I think it, yeah, I don't think it looks good because, blech, right, so I don't want to do it. But this is just a template build. You can make more solar panels. You probably run into some walls or some cliffs somewhere. So this is very clean templated, and you'll also need to get your trains in and out, whether that's on the side or a top and bottom, doesn't matter. Add a fuel depot stop on train interrupts. I fucking hate train interrupts. They are, yeah, they don't like it. Um, I don't think. Okay, let me go on a train interrupt rant. They're only good if you don't have Roboport coverage. There we go. That's it. And maybe I elaborate a little bit. So, if you have a small logistics network, and as a result, you like I always have a full logistics coverage of my base. Therefore, whenever there's a train station, it's in logistics network. So I can just go and do that. If there's some resources out here, then I'm still going to be inside logistics network. I'm just going to expand the logistics network out. I'm going to expand the walls out around here. That's just how I build my bases. Because I do that, I have no need for interrupts because I'll just send the robot. It's fine. It's so low throughput. It's not a problem. Glum and Rage, thank you for the 47 months. Much appreciated. Then, how would you do outpost event lasers? I don't have outposts. I don't have outposts. It's that simple. I never have outposts. Never have, never will. Well, I did back in my old days, but I don't have outposts. So it's really simple. And then you could go, like, but what about Train World? Like, I don't generally play on a Train World, but even if I did, you really don't need a lot of resources because you just need to get off the planet. And then you get to Volcanus, and then you get free resources from lava. So you're never going to need to get more here. Where do you get the ores from then? I get them from wherever I have in my base, and then I extend my roboport. If I have a nice iron here, then I'm just going to extend my walls out there. That's how I do it. But if you don't have that, and if you have outposts, and you have trains that are outside of the logistics network, and especially if you have a many-to-many network, so that they go to an iron outpost, and then they go not to your main base, but to some iron processing, and then they go to some uh, green circuit processing, then you lose track of where am I going to get my fuel? And in that case, it makes sense to have an interrupt to sort of say, oh, yeah, when you're running low, come back to the main base, get some fuel, and go out again. Cool. But that extra trip going back and out again is wasted. You pay for it because you don't have access to that, or that's the price you pay to, because you can't refuel them out in the world wherever they are. And especially in space age, bases are so much smaller that the whole idea of having like disparate outposts and doing this kind of just doesn't make sense anymore. For me, it doesn't make sense. You have to go above 200,000 science per minute before it makes sense, because I'm running 200,000 science per minute, and it's not even a problem. So yeah, I'm train outpost train worlds are completely outdated in space age. So therefore, I also think that train interrupts is a solution to a problem that was sort of solved by the fact that trains are bad or useless and low throughput in space age. Yeah. So I think it's a shame that trains are not worthwhile very much anymore. I'm not. It's a little bit of a blanket statement of saying they're useless. They're not useless. They're just very low throughput compared to belts. So that's kind of how I feel. I plan on using interrupt system for your trains like you did on the old playthrough, so the train goes wherever free space is left. No, I don't. I don't see this as a point. Fulgora, I don't see it either. I know that this is how Fulgora was intended to be played. Um, I just don't see it. I had no problems on Fulgora just building it and then linking maybe two islands, getting a couple of good islands together, and then maybe a little bit of an outpost here and there. But I don't know. I would still sort of bring them back to my main island and work from there. So I don't know. I just don't think that it's, yeah. With belt stacking, do belts have a mathematically higher throughput than trains now? You can't say that because that depends on the train distance and it depends on the train size. So it's too many variables. But generally, think of it like this way. If I want to transport 1,000 items per second, that's a hell of a lot of trains and unloading and uh, big trains and all, or it's four belts. Like four belts is pretty simple. Just dragging four belts a little away, then that's 1,000 per second. But 1,000 per second on a train is not trivial. It's not impossible, of course, but it does take a little bit more infrastructure and some trains, and they have to be running smoothly. So yeah, so that's for that reason, and also Fulgora. The let's say, okay, so what do you need trains for? You need trains generally. Previously, you needed trains for high throughput items. Why do you need the high throughput items for? Ores and plates. Okay, and what do you need that for? Science. Okay, ores and plates for science. That's the highest throughput items you need. Because what else? Maybe circuits for modules is also something, but generally it's for ores, bringing ore back to your smelting and bringing the plates into your science production. All of that in odds on Volcanus, and it's using lava, and lava is right there. So all the things that trains used to do, it's not doing anymore because it's superseded by volcanoes being so awesome. So which is I think is a shame that trains are just a lot less necessary, and it's much rarer that trains are the best solution to the problem at hand. We now have to kind of come up with niche things that where trains are the answer. Aquilo is the train planet, ironically. Yeah, green chips, the blue chips, the high throughput, sure. Um, but Aquilo is a train base. That's ironically, the best place to build trains. Um, Bulgora, of course, as well. But I don't know. Trains could be useful if the cars would get more storage with quality. Yes, I agree. Then they would get 2.5 times the capacity, and that would be much more useful. Absolutely agree. A minor location and shove into a foundry on the patch and bring out calcite via train and bring back molten iron, copper, or novice. Yes, something like that. Yes, and calcite is so low quantity that you can just bring it out by robots. That's what I do, and it's not a big deal. So. Fulgora before you get deep ocean platforms. You get deep ocean platforms when you get to Fulgora. So, and before you research it, you don't need it. So again, you're finding an edge case of sort of this is where you need it. And I'm going like, not really, not really. At the end of the day, there can only be one winner in a base game. Trains or belts. Pre-space age, it was trains. Now it's belts. You would have to use mods to tweak the balance and play through. I don't know if I don't know if it's not that simple because there are distance considerations, and there's also like, oh, you go through impassable terrain that belts can't go, but you can get trains with raised pillars, or you can go there because you have been to Aquilo and you have the foundations, but you don't have foundations enough to make belts get across 8 lanes of belts on there. So maybe you just get some trains. There's nuance to it, but previously trains was the only way. Now it's much more even, much more slanted towards belts, which I like. Belts are cool. And pipes as well. Pipes and liquid wagons are really good. Liquid wagons are super good on novice. Anyway, foundations are on Aquilo. So you get them on Aquilo and from Aquilo. So, but I was thinking there's the, oh, right, I'm just going to look at it. That one. I thought it was this one. Rail support foundations. This one. Which allows you to build elevated rails also on the deep parts of the oil ocean. So this is the one I was thinking you meant, but not the foundation part. But I thought this was the one you meant. Quality train wagons are some kind of specialized train unloading and that is UPS efficient compared to dozens of inserters. Might be good again. Yes. I don't think the last part is going to happen, but the first part, it would be surprised if that wasn't part of 2.1. Quality rail wagons. It would be really surprising to me if they didn't do that, because they must see that trains are useless now. Hyperbole. And I don't think they as Whoop want to see trains used so little as they are now and just kind of, yeah, replaced. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done all the cool things with interrupts. But now they're like, oh, with interrupts in Space Age, you can do all sorts of things. And people go like, don't need trains. Here's 4 belts. Quality trains that go faster. Ooh, yeah, that'll be dangerous. I also think trains are nerfed indirectly because they really benefit from sharing the rail infrastructure. So the less useful trains become, the fewer you use, and the smaller the benefit become. Yeah, I guess that's kind of also a thing. Like if you build rails for just bringing plastic around on volcanoes, then you go like, really? Am I building train infrastructure for plastic? Which is literally what I did. Infinite research for train speed. Woohoo! Ooh, yeah, just make it double. Yeah, infinite research would be nice. Just double it every time. Then at some point it maxes out at usefulness. With the more distance needed to travel, with better belt pushing that distance out further. Infinite shadow. Yes. However, previously there was only novice, so everything had to be from that point of origin in all directions. So every resource you had to come from the origin and further out. So you kind of had to spread further and further out as your base got bigger. Now that's not the case. Now you have 5 different planets plus space with infinite resources and volcanoes with infinite resources and practically Fulgora with infinite resources. So the whole part of just bringing in more stuff over longer distance doesn't exist anymore. Like, bases are really small now. It's also loading speed of the trains. You can increase the cargo size, but it won't load faster. It'll load faster with the legendary inserters. It'll load a hell of a lot faster. But still and also bulk inserters. So, no, stack inserters. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll be back, and then we'll go to space. That makes sense, right? Good. We'll look at that one. Cool. We'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Let's go into the game again. All right. All right, let's go to space. Okay, let's see. How do we get things up here? Is there a way to cheat up here? Hit tab. Oh. Ah. Okay, that's weird. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay, so what we have to remember is that in the beginning, space is really expensive. So we have to figure out the minimum we can get away with. And for that, we start by saying, what is it actually we want to make? We want to make that science. Boom. And how fast is that? Let's actually get some solar panels up here as well. Yeah. 0.25 per second. So 1.5. This is what we want. Been away for a bit. Does it make sense to do a trial run of the new Navis-based concept, or do you want to plan out all plans first? I don't want to do a trial run because I know I should be, and I completely acknowledge that, but I'm not gonna. That size platform is expensive. I'm gonna make it this size platform because I need to work on it, and then once I know exactly what I need, then I can limit it to the size I need it. But I'm not going to be limiting it now. I need some space to build on. So just to do that, I'm going to make it even bigger so that you will complain more about it. Okay. There. Happy? Clearly run dev teams. Yes, we should test it first, but it takes so long time to test it. I did a trial run. Yes, perfect, Saitha. I was actually thinking that. But Nilaus, it's very big. That's what she says. I mean, I'm of the generation that's what we said. So, deal with it. I was going to say the last part. It's for design purposes, but I'm sure he'll trim it down once he figures out what, where, and what to support it. Yes, exactly. Okay, so for this part, this is what we want, but we have choice of doing this. No, definitely not a good idea. It's really not worth getting this because it's saving on infinite resource. Well, infinite. They are infinite, but they're not infinite throughput. I'm 40 from that generation and still say it. Of course, I mean, we still say the things we say. That's why we sound so dated to young people. I'm feeling something like this. And then we need to get over here. We don't need thrusters for these. And we don't need ammo either or anything like that. So we just kind of have to think about it. So it's not moving, so we can... Actually, I think if we want to make it small, then I think it's going to be something like this. I think this is easier because then I just need to shovel things in here. Efficiency modules. Yes, we probably need efficiency modules. Why is this one complaining? No path. No path to what? It's weird. Oh! Okay, so it has to... Interesting. And let's see, what it is. Ice, iron, and carbon. This one's getting carbon, so that's fine. This one's getting ice, so these two are fine the way they are. But the iron one is the one that isn't fine the way it is. So iron needs to be processed further in a furnace. In more furnaces. And let's do some ironium here and just get a sense of this. So one of these is enough for that? Really? You're making 0.6? Oh, you need 0.6 and you're making 0.62. Okay, so one is enough. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Kind of like this idea here. But I also really would like to be able to get them through this part. There, which I actually could now. Right? I could sneak it in here. I don't know if I'm running down a blind alley here or whether we're onto something. Problem is this is good, right? This can grab here, this one can grab here. So these are fine. But they also need to be able to output something. And then they need to output back in here. And these have to be output back on there. Yes. Then we have something about the sidedness of this belt. But this is a problem though. This one doesn't have the same capabilities as the other ones. But maybe if we do something like this. I'm not actually sure I want to go into the platform. Because I can't really control if... maybe I can control this one. Yeah, okay. And there's a lot of filtering going on here. And yeah, so there's a lot of circuits and filtering going on for this to work. And I also think this isn't a lot of space, but it's several thousand science, and I don't think I need more. I think I just want it like cheap. And then we have to figure out how cheap is cheap. Like this. So this, okay, how much power is this? This we can see. Well, we cannot see how much it is when it's working, but we can see that it's something. Could you try to avoid belts, carry trunk, and use the platform as storage? Maybe. I like this though. But then we're kind of thinking something like this. Oh, shit is happening. Okay, that was not intended. There. And that's forward facing, but it should actually just as well be sideways facing. It's coming from equally from all directions when it's not moving, I think. So having it in all directions would be nice, but then I can't really do this part here. There's something. I mean, I suppose this would still work if we're using the middle one. Then you could still be like this and like this. And then I can buy myself some capacity up here with this one. But only one capacity. Like, I can make that one go up here, and then I can make these two go into the middle, and then I'd sort of have room for that one on the side here. Ish. If I did this one out, and this one out, then I could do the same thing here. I know this is way too close, but let's try a little bit of... Like, we also don't need this many. That's another part. I think we just need... And then you could always do, like, rotational symmetry. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't like this. And they also need a little bit of solar panels for this. So there's something not really working. These could go up. These could go down. If they only go up and down, then I'm losing something. And put one off on the furnace. Whatever. So what I was thinking was maybe I could put them in the middle. No. Just rotate 90 degrees on each corner instead of 2 on each corner. Output for the asteroids you don't need. No, the asteroids I don't need, I won't collect those. That's how I do it. Like a windmill, you know, like a swastika. Let's try to avoid those shapes, you know. I know they are becoming more and more popular, but let's try to avoid that. I'm old-fashioned like this. I think that's not something we should be throwing around. I know, I'm old-fashioned. I'm thinking maybe sort of have... These also have so much overlap that it's kind of silly, especially on a small platform like this. That doesn't make sense. So it would be much better if I had like this one in the middle. I know it can't be quite in the middle, but you know, something. And then maybe we can take this up here, and you can go out here, and then you can go down in the middle here. Good. And then this one is going to be a little bit awkward somehow, but so it's and that's kind of 3 of the sides that do this. And then I'm kind of stuck with the last part here. Like, this is all good, but what the hell am I going to do about the last ones? Because there's 1 tile available here, and there's 1 tile available here, technically, and 1 tile, and that's completely useless. Because I now need... If I didn't have anything here at the back, then it would actually kind of work, right? Oops, we lost something. So maybe like this, it's only getting from 3 sides. Okay. Doesn't this provide not enough ice storage? I don't know. I mean, this is a nice little platform here. I don't know why they're working. Always good when you don't know why your shit's working. I guess there's one improvement to this, and that would be these go in. Yeah. Yeah. And then that could go up. And then this one would be as far down as possible, which would be here. And then that could go in. And that would actually mean that I would have room for... I don't know how that happened. How the hell did that happen that I suddenly could fit in more? Huh. Okay. Interesting. Oh, because this one is now only using... Yeah. Sweet. I could take another one in here. So now I actually have everything I want. Everything I ever dreamed of, kind of. Nice. Except solar panels. I know this is a little bit compact. Little bit compact. And it's also probably too many. I don't know if this... I mean, if you look at the coverage, it's pretty good coverage, actually. It's hard for anything to sneak by. And how's the power when we don't really know if things are working right now? Also a lot of space. Is this a lot of space platforms? Is this a lot of space platforms for... I mean, I can really not see how I can get a lot less space platforms than this. The only thing I don't have is... this is ratio correct. There is a slight surplus of iron, so yep. It says there is a slight deficit of...
Welcome home.
This one is making... Oh, right. This one says that if it's getting enough inbound... Hey, Tempered Fox, thank you for the 47 months. Yeah, the problem is combinators, yes. I don't have room for combinators. You know. And I don't know if I have enough power for this. They're really slow, but they actually seem like they're all working. And then I should have a combinator somewhere. I should have that one, which should say how much I want of each. And then I should sort of have a signal. Okay, what should I have of each? What are the things I should keep track of? I should keep track of asteroids. Then I should keep track of the processed parts. That's iron ore. That is carbon, and that's ice. And then it's also that one and
our illustrious champion returns.
This one,
Welcome
right?
Home.
And Winter Knoll, thank you for the 47 months. No, not 47. 7 months. 47 is a little bit much. Okay, so here I'm just trying to track how much I want of each. Hey, Sabasiso, thank you for the 200 bits. Trying to activate a train, I suppose. And we're just going to say I want 50 of each. No more than that. That's one stack. And this one, I don't know, 10,000. 10,000 is 5 stacks, so it's not a problem. And Siberian, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. They stack. They do stack. They stack to 10. Where are you? There, stack size 10. So, probably, let's see. It is many stacks of asteroids. If 5 is 5 many, I don't know. Rowan Wolf, thank you for the prime. Welcome. And Baldy, thank you for the 14 months. Stack size? They don't. Oh, stack size. Yeah, that's true. Oh, man, that sucks.
Welcome home.
Yeah. Moon. Woo, Moon. Thank you. 10.
More shall gather. More shall
Let me
enter the
see.
fray.
Read content. Include hands. Yes. So I can actually read the content here, and I can also set the filter. Ooh, that doesn't seem like I should do both of them at the same time, on the same line. Thank you, Moon, for the 10 gift subs. Super amazing. Oh, you're missing 17 subs, and you have a lead number of gift subs to the channel. Caloeater, thank you for the 31 months. Yeah. So, should I read, or should I set Ugh, man. Don't know. First stream of spaceships, yes, it is. Right. So, okay, so let's do 5 then. 5 is not many. Because then they get stuck out here. Whoa! Moon! Hey, there we go. 20 subs. Oh, you missed it. You missed your lead number of subs. Thank you so much for 20 gift subs. Look at that. Yeah, we're going to be reading. We're going to do set filters. And then I am going to... I should just subtract, right? That one. And that one.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
An executor with a 10 gift subs. Ooh. Oh, wow. You are 27 subs away from around 1,000 subs. That's also very, very generous of you, executor. And Draco Falconi, thank you for the 5 more gift subs. Look at that. We're level 3 already. Sweet. Oh, no, not what I intended. That's also not what I intended. Okay, so something... Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So this is... Oh, we have a problem on this one. Nope, it's actually going to be... And then the red one, the red wire is the control. So the red one, oh, that's actually shouldn't go. Should it go here? Anyway, let's try on the simple one here. So this is going to say, I'm going to take the green, anything, and subtract the red, the green. Green, and then subtract the red. Is that correct? And if that is a... No, it's the other way around. There. Yes. So this one should only be enabled when this is a positive number. Yes. Natal Wars, thank you for the 47 months. And Soldans, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And Mokona, thank you for the 26 months. Lovely. Remember, if we get to a level 5 hype train, then we add a bonus hour today. And we'll get a little bit further on our design work. So I don't want to control the output, because if I control the output, then it might get stuck on some metallic chunk that it can't get rid of. So I want it to always be sort of emptying what it has, but then and then I want to... Whoa! Robster! Wow! 25 gift subs. Thank you so much, Robster. And that's not quite your first gift subs to a channel, but very close. Thank you so much. And what a shore force, and that's level 4 completed. Now I want to take this in here, and then you are going to be setting filter. Okay, this is good. This is correct. So we'll set filter to stuff that is less than... Okay, we're having a little bit of an issue here. There. That one is our good little secret friend. Sweet. So we're only a little bit away from getting in a bonus hour today. So I'm kind of... Yeah, I can't allow this to go back and hit this one here. It has to sort of sneak around and control all the outputs. But should it be... Yeah, it should be set to control what it picks up, not what it exports in. Because it should export everything in, I guess. Yeah, because it exports... So that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Cool. Then you will always work. Like, there's no... We don't want to control how many stacks here. It's just if there's some iron ore, then use it. Because we're going to control the iron ore from this one. So, now these are going to be set to requests. Good. Then this one is also going to be constrained on... Yeah. This will be constrained and say, if you have a positive number, that means we're missing something. Mordorf, thank you for the 21 months. All right. Nina Matri, thank you. That's actually true. Because then this one will activate again. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Or I could stop this one. But I can't stop this one. Oh, this can't be connected. Oh, okay. Now I want to control the inputs, this one. This is only going to say... Only when this is a positive number. Alright, so the train is 13%. And Link's No Guard Thresh is continuing to give up. Well done. It's getting a little bit closer, so now we're up to 15% of the way. Then that one also has to be completed, so I don't think I want you here. I think I want you there, because then it's kind of closer. And then maybe actually this... What? Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, okay.
Tales of our endeavors.
That's definitely not going there. And definitely not going there. But going like this instead. And maybe even... Whoops. Like that. And Anonymous, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Alright, we are 1 minute away. And we're still quite a ways away. We're 33 subs away from a potential extra hour today. Yeah, this seems better. It's very clean. 60 seconds, 33 subs. Can we make it in the last seconds? Remember, don't count on the last 20 seconds. They are unreliable at best. So if you want to be part of it, now is the time. Jaguar, thank you for the prime, helping out. 32 subs. And that is a beautiful space station. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Kiwi Cola. Bit leader for the month. And probably will be for quite a while. Bottom arm is not filtered. This one? It doesn't need to be filtered. Nakasato, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. Doesn't look like we're gonna make it, but... Ooh, Robster! Insanity! Insanity! Wow. Ooh, and JD got a sub. Thank you so much, Robster, for 30 gift subs. Asteroid Collector. Yeah, the Asteroid Collector. Not filtered. Yes, you're right. Not filtered. Not filtered. Filter. Yes. Good. That is amazing. I was sure this was not going to make it. Now you got to stay 1 more. Yes, working overtime. I don't mind working overtime. On Sundays, it's great. Great. Okay, this one is not filtered, though. This is not going to be the one that's most likely to be a problem, but hey, it's still needed. And then I'm just going to say you are going to be constrained only when working only when ice is greater than 0. And it is, because ice will always be struggling. There's never enough ice around here. Yeah. Let's see. Are all of them working? Yes, they are. So this is actually the electricity we should be expecting to use. That means we don't even need these parts out here. No? Would be cool if you could trade between platforms. Absolutely. Oh, the plate run's making steel not filtered. That's a really good point. Thank you so much. Wow. It could actually end up making steel. You're right. Absolutely right. I was thinking like it can't use carbon for anything, but of course it can use iron for steel when it sort of runs out. Great point. I might also set the filters just to make it a little bit cleaner what it is actually setting. Then I actually need all of these here to be all the inputs should also be constrained. Because I'm constraining the inputs. That is an input, and that's an input, and that one, and then go back here. Yeah? And this one will only do it when science is positive.
Tales of our
Whoa, a random max, thank you. Also. There. From here. Inbound. And then... I don't know, does it look better if they are, the two here are next to each other? I mean, that's kind of what I do on the other one, so let's do that as well. From here, in, and back up there. And, yeah. That is such a small build. Don't think you can store 10k signs with the other stuff in there. No, well, this is, no, it's 200 each, yeah, okay. But that's easily done. Then we just set this as, I don't know, 2,000 signs, for example. 2,000 signs is a lot in the beginning. and we'll allow 5 of each platform. So if we think about it, then there'll be like 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus, like, this is 5 stacks, this 15 stacks, 16, 17, 18, 19, and this is 20 stacks. No, 10 stacks. 19 plus 10 stacks, that's 29 stacks. And then a little bit extra for each. So this is easily possible. Good. And this will probably always be stuck at trying to get oxide because that's usually bad, right? You could do 4K, probably could do 4K, but I wouldn't be sure that I could do 4K. That's another 10 stacks, yeah. 4K, 4K is enough. That seems reasonable. For such as, I don't know if this is, this feels very minimalistic, for sure. Let's take that one out. So, Nazaro, not enough power? No, there's enough power. Look. It'll be 44 stacks, yeah, but it's also like extra stacks. Everything goes above, like here. It goes above the stack size, and then goes above the stack size. So I'd have to sort of set it to 40 if I didn't want to overflow a stack. So everything is kind of using one more stack that it needs. And that is the hype train. Thank you so much for the level 5 hype train. And thank you to Robster, particularly for owning this one. And of course also Moon for starting it up. Not enough if all machines are running. I wish we could sort of see power consumption here. It's a mod setting. Power consumption, where? Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is also why all the machines are currently running. Maybe not all of these, but even if they are all working, they won't be all working because, for example, the one that makes iron is going to work like very, very rarely because it spews out so much iron when it works, and it takes 2 seconds and then it gets 20. So it's not going to be, and even if it's working 99% of the time without power issues and 1% of the time with power issues, then like even if it flickers up there, don't care. Like it doesn't matter. Like this is the spike when crushers are working the most, right? So yeah, that spike. So this is actually enough. It seems crazy. And each of these are using 5 kilowatt. No, it's using 30 kilowatt plus 5, so 35 kilowatts each times 6 plus that one, which is 36 kilowatt plus 6. So it's not much. Move this 2,000 south side solar panels out one tile and remove the extra space platforms. Huh? South out one tile and remove the extra platforms. Oh, right, okay. I guess what I get what you mean. But that's what you want. I'm not gonna do that. That is disgusting. You are a filthy person. I completely acknowledge that you could save one tile, one solar panel tile, or one space platform tile, or 2. Right? There's 2 tiles, yes. 4 tiles in total. Full of holes. Yeah, I don't like that. It's like this is pretty good. This is a really pathetic craft to start with. But hey, it gets the job done. It's very minimalistic. It seems to work, right? Oh, this one dropped down. Oh no. Okay, so you're in panic. Panic! Get more iron. We're running out of iron. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Why are they not picking up with iron? What is you? Are you not an iron part? Asteroid. Where are the iron asteroids? That's an iron asteroid. Yes? No? Why are they not picking up anything? Are there no asteroids? What is this? That must be something. That must be something. That one must be something, right? Baked beans! No! How? They can't all be carbonic. What the hell? Why is nothing being picked up? There we go. That was something. It goes in, and then... No. Okay. The collectors are not full. They're always empty. It's just that these must be carbonic then. And that one can't be a carbonic. It must be something else. Must be something useful. Yes. Now we should be picking up everything. That's a carbonic. Yep. Something. But we're not picking up that one for some reason. Or maybe they are not. They are just debris and not actually asteroids. No, they are asteroids. There we go. And now we're back to yearning for the oxide asteroids. The crusher isn't working. I mean, it's not working because there's nothing there. This one is not working because it's disabled. Because we have enough carbon. So we want to build up a little bit of the finished... A large stockpile of space science. A modest stockpile of the ingredients. A modest stockpile of the raw. And then some asteroids. 5 of each asteroid. Fake, yeah, now there's many fake asteroids floating around. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And there is one of that beautiful thing here. Yum yum. Woohoo! Wise. Oh, and then they got really greedy. This is what happens. Like, if they trigger, and then they might all 5 of them trigger at once. So now the question is, do we need 5? No, we probably 4 would probably be fine. Then I could take 1 in the middle and then move these to the side. And then I could move this in. Then it would be a little bit less space. I'm going to try to save this one. There-ish. That. And then solar panels here and here. Ew, this one is misplaced. Question is, do I want it symmetric around? Either way. Yeah, now it's a nice little square. It actually worked nicely when it was symmetric around this box. But now this is not symmetric anyway. Is it better? No. It's definitely worse because it's no longer symmetric. Sure, it uses a little less space because... It uses 3 less space up here. So this is more efficient for sure. Move the combinators to the top. That doesn't change anything. I mean, yes, I can sort of shunt them out. I can shunt them out here, but then then it kind of defeats the point of making this as small as possible. Oh, right. That's actually a good point. That this one send up batches of 50, then that's 249, which is really nice number. You always start with 10, but still. $243, so we're not really saving much. Why is the top one tile offset? It's 3 wide, but this one is 8 wide, so it has to be offset by 1. I can offset it all by 1 tile to... I can slide it over like this, but it's still going to be a problem, right? Then it's just going to be here. The problem is now these two are opposite each other, but they're still a little bit off. There's 3 on the side and 2 on the side, but here there's 3 plus 3, so that's why it becomes a little bit unbalanced. Did you limit the ice inserter? Yes, I did. Raise 3 platforms and move bottom left 1 to make it look more even. I mean, that's another option, but then I don't know. I don't know if it looks better like this. It would look better if it was... This one could be moved on one end, but it can't, obviously, because 3 plus 3 plus 3 is 9, so... I don't know. It also just seems like now it's a little bit uneven, and if I did this pattern, then I should swap these two. So that this would become more in the middle and have better coverage. Which is yet another thing. I can't. That has to be down here. Okay. Rotate bottom crusher? Don't know what that would... Ah, okay. Yeah, that saves a little bit, and that's actually true. But now it doesn't have... That was actually a big space up here that they can... That's dead space. I don't know. I'm just kind of leaning towards my original one. Like this one. It has much better coverage here. Like there's basically no dead spots. I'm not so much worried about symmetry as I am about coverage. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. That's how I feel as well. Yeah. This one is symmetrical. It's small. It's not the absolute smallest, but it has good coverage. It is still not needing more power than 4, and it is a total combined usage of 249, which means it's 5 rockets of space platforms up here, which is basically nothing. It also looks like a turtle. I like turtles. I like that. I like turtles. And there we go. It's turtles all the way down. Yeah, so I mean, I guess this is working, right? They're all just chugging along, and it's kind of a little bit lacking here, but yeah, I'm gonna kill that one. You're welcome to optimize it. All right, so that's our basically our first space platform. Woo. Space Science 1.5. $249. Good. So this one, if I delete that, oh, it also deletes it in there. Damn it. Let's not do that then. I don't get this. There you go. I don't know what I did. There you go. Yeah. First platform done. Now on to rerolling asteroids. Need legendary ore. Yes, absolutely. That's the logical next step. Okay, let Draco Falcone. Let me see if I can find it. Could you cut down even more space by swapping the 4 corner common solar panels for 2 rare ones? Yes, but I don't have rare ones, and I don't want to. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. I want to design this so that it works without legendary or without quality modules. But I would also say that it is fair to assume that we have, with this part here, eventually we would take this one, build quality 2 modules in. It's even prepared to get quality modules over here. So we could expect to get that. And we could also expect to get some here, rare quality, uncommon quality at least. I would say you want uncommon quality for this. So did you go unlock crushers already? Yes. Crushers? Yes. They're here. Otherwise you can't really do much in space. Useless pony, indeed. I thought the next step was to build a massive station to make more space science per second than the average new player would need in a day. No. It is to make exactly what matches what we're already producing in the starter base. So the starter base is making 1.5 science per minute, and then we add the same thing for space science, then that's chugging along, and then the next logical thing is going to be first space, I don't know, I haven't decided if spaceship is 1 word or 2 word. So good. So now I have to get to Volcanus. Tab. So this spaceship, it's not going to be this big, but I need to build space. We need to figure out what I want on this spaceship. We of course want to make some stuff. Are you going to test whether the spade farm is reliable 1.5 or running out of ice? It's not running out. I mean, even if it was running out of ice, what can I do about it? Like, I make it much bigger, and then it'll still run out of space. There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Like, I want that one. Move over. Get it. Get it. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get that ice. Get that ice. You can do it. Yes. Go. That's as much as I can do about it. And that gets 5. If it's not reliable, build a second one. Yes, that's true. If build the second one, or just kind of say, well, the thing is, if we look at how much space science we actually need, then it is 500. It is, let's see, are there anything else out here? Nope. That one is 200. This one is 1,000. Not important. This is 500. This is 500, 200, and 200. So it's not even 2,000. And then, of course, this one is 1,000 for each planet. So space science, we'll build it. It'll get us there. But soon, very quickly, it'll run out of things to do. And then it'll just sit and accumulate. And that's going to be it. I don't really feel that this is particularly reliable, what it has produced in the last 10 minutes. Because, well, we deconstructed as well. But here. 85. 1.4. 90. If it was creating 90 per minute, it would be perfect. And Here, 90. There we go. So on a 1 minute cycle, it looks fine. On a 10-minute cycle, take this one out and we're pretty close. So, yep. You break. You break, indeed. Are there blueprints available for your stuff in the base? Or only what you put on Masterclass on YouTube? The stuff I do here is I'm compiling into future. I'm building this base for future masterclasses, but I am then compiling them as inputs for patrons. But the stuff that we're building today is going to be available as a save game to patrons, but not as in widely available. How many hours in Factorio? That's a good question. Should be 8,587.8 hours. So it's something. So what do we need and what can we expect to get here? So you just got started. Well, I'm certainly not mastery at least. Oh, need to go here. So we need some of these. I don't know how many. We need some kind of production to make ammo. Rocket capacity 100. We could also send it with rocket, but I don't know. I don't think so. Then we do need a smelter for iron, ironium. Then we do need some crushers, 3 crushers. Let me put that one down here so that they are kind of connected. And then now, oh, let's actually put it up here because that should kind of be on the top, and then bottom should be the construction or the. Yeah. It's cheaper to launch iron than ammo into space and make ammo. Oh, okay. I don't think I want to do either, but good to know. Ironium here is 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, and that's 250 ammo. But I don't think I want to launch iron into space. I mean, no, I don't. But we do need to get some of the other production here. Yeah. Oh, by the way, JD, now that you're around and seem to be paying somewhat attention here, you any good games upcoming that you're? I feel that we're a little bit in a drought when it comes to factory games. I tried the alpha or Kickstarter version of Dawn Apart. I was really looking forward to it, and I also threw in $50 for a Kickstarter. That was not really a game for me, I must say. So nothing much. I feel that on the horizon. So I kind of feel we want to do the same thing as the last one. And that's just water from ice there. That goes in, that goes in, that goes in, right? So this is kind of, I like this. This seems good. And now set up new ships launching water barrels along with iron, calcium, carbon, just so they are ready to go. New ships launching water barrels along with iron, calcium, and carbon. What do you need? Oh, okay. Oh, so that the production gets started immediately. Oh, okay. Interesting. So now this ship is moving forward. it is. I wonder how small the ship can be made. I mean, probably quite small. I'm thinking something like this. But we also have to think about that it actually has to be able to carry some kind of something. Like maybe 2 of these. But then I'm a little bit short on... Yeah. These 2. Yeah. So I wonder if this... I mean, I'm being really naive here, but... How much is this adding? 20 inventory size. That's something. I think there's a gigantic difference between having having things just automatically go in and out. That's so much more convenient. But of course it won't continue to work as we add more crap to this. So I was hopeful for Dawn Apart, but was also disappointed. There were a few games in the next first, but none are ready, and a few had 2026 releases. Ugh, yeah. How do you feel about Anno series? I really enjoyed Anno 1800, but I played it once, and then I saw that there's been like added, I don't know, 200 new DLCs that I haven't played. So yeah, I don't know. But there is a new Anno game coming, and I'm gonna play that. Dawn Apart looked like a mix of Factorio and Satisfactory. No, not at all. Nothing like it. I don't think so. I thought there was something interesting about it. Yeah, it's more RimWorld. There's more RimWorld vibes to it. And this one, shifting this isn't going to do anything. Even if I shift it over there, then I lose this part. But I could also just accept that these are going to go like... and then go like this. It's not particularly fast. But it still doesn't allow this one to be here. Because this shifts by 2 tiles each. Oh, maybe that one it actually works. Ah, maybe that was what you meant. I don't know. Even if it wasn't, then that's actually better somehow. SRT Techie, thank you for the prime. Welcome. And I'm going to take a short break. So, short break and back in 2 minutes. We have a bonus hour today. So, gonna be awesome. We should get some progress on this miserable little ship. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm kind of starting on two different things at once, and that is both what do we need, and the other one is how much do we need. And I don't think that's the right thing to do both of those at once. Because right now I'm also sort of deciding where it should be, and then like, oh, then I can do more, as someone is saying. That's true, but do I want more? That's a more interesting question. Like, do I want this size? I have to think about, like, what is this one gonna do? This is gonna transport a lot of initial stuff over, and then it's gonna be sort of transporting, probably just being constantly transporting stuff over. That means it's gonna be having like a group that requests all the stuff that we produce on ours that we want to get to Volcanus in order to make our starter base. And in the beginning, I really didn't use these very much, or I used a couple of them, and that was fine. Is this also the early science ship? I don't know if it is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I haven't really decided, but it should be like the same template that we also want for that. Hello, Freak. Thank you for the tier 2 for 58 months. Much appreciated. Awesome. But it might also be this one or a template. If I build something I like, then yeah, it might also be that. So I'm actually liking the idea of this front. Maybe even this front here. I think I like this as a basic premise of, hey, we're mainly going to pick up from the front. Yeah, so we have these two up front, and we're going to be driving into it, and that's how we're going to pick up. And then we have these 3 for shooting down things. Is it going to be enough? I have no freaking clue. Then stuff is happening. Really didn't want that. Let's set this filter here. There. Not going for a sushi belt. The thing is... Okay. For this one, it was obvious that I didn't need it because I could build everything around it. And then I don't need the sushi belt. For this one, I'm trying to see if it makes sense to build it without a sushi belt. If yes, then yes. And no, if no. Oh, I think, therefore I am. It's always a good idea to quote Descartes. I drink, therefore I am. I think we need 2 of these. Right? That makes sense, I think. Oops. Anyway, so that's kind of better utilization. And this can also be flipped like that. Then that's better utilization. 1 furnace makes for 9 maximum not a lot. No, it's not. That's also my expectation, is that it's not enough. That's too much. It is have to use the hub as storage, including ammo, since that makes it hard for the user to know how much space has potential error source. Yes, you completely agree. But I think that it's one of those things where in the beginning, with low quantity or low... with not enough money to go around, then that might be like a necessary evil. The problem here is that as much as I like all of this, there's no way that this is going to be enough, because what happens unless I can cut the ship off like this and then go thruster. Shut up, stupid cat. Meow. Like this? What the hell's wrong? How is this so difficult to place? Voila! How is this not possible to place? That's so weird. There we go, first try. Is it here? Why does it not work anymore? Like, what the hell? Didn't it used to work that I could just place out here? Or maybe I just only built on inside? Need platform in inventory? Maybe I need platforms in inventory. Maybe. No, doesn't matter. So now there's no storage. That doesn't seem great. And also, I can't protect that. So that's not great either. You're trying to do a minimalist build. Kind of a minimalist build, and kind of not. It's a little bit. It's not like the ultimate minimalist build, but on the other hand, it's kind of trying to see how little we can get away with, and obviously, I've gone a little bit too far down the track of minimalism, because I was just basically saying, what is the best ship I can make that uses only the hub as inputs and outputs? And I'm seeing problems. The problem being I can't protect the ship, so that's not great. One-way ship need no storage. This is not a one-way ship. This needs to go back again. You could chain turrets, yeah, but how do I chain them anywhere useful? Like, if I take this out, then sure, then I do have a potential for something. Like potentially here. And then it's actually fine. Then I would probably want to do some fuel here. Water in here, and we actually have a pretty good storage, but now we don't have any. It is protected now. Not well, but it is protected. But now it doesn't have any storage. And that's the problem. Like, have to think about, is it Is that good enough? Is it not good enough? Let me see. What about this one? I suppose there's also an... Oh, no, that's not going to work. An option of doing stuff like... That would work. Okay. Doing stuff like this. And then basically saying... That one is an option. Even... No. Not even anything. Yeah, look at that. Sexy. Not. Then we got one of these back, and it's 20, and probably could even be 26 if we have uncommon. Pipe need connected to right tank. I don't know, get that. This one is for oxidizer, this one's for fuel. You can do this, but then it breaks that connection, so it has to be like this. Right tank, one down. That doesn't work. Then it can't be connected. Oh, that's also not right, but whatever. This one. That doesn't work if I put it one down. The other right. This is right. This one. If I take it one down, then it's no longer connected to that unless I get it out here, which I don't see how that works. This one, then it doesn't connect that way. Why do you only... I love that. Only. I only play... Why am I only playing? This is the only thing I'm playing. Like, I've never played anything else. I'm never going to play anything. It's the only thing. Or maybe it's just that now I have played through hundreds of hours of Space Age and we're doing designs for Masterclass, and that's why we're doing it. But I'm not doing it only. I feel I could actually get a little bit more space because I could take this out and then take that down here, for example. Then I could get you back up here. And I would actually have now bought myself 2 space. Ooh, 2 tiles of space, which I don't know what I'm going to use for, but hey, it's 2 tiles of space. Ah, which actually is enough for that one. And oh my god, it is valuable. Nice. Ooh, indeed. This is a crazy little thing called love. Oh, we have a little problem. 2 solar panels, not gonna cut it. Not gonna cut it. When idle, sure. Also, these 2, probably not enough to keep it going. I don't get how I'm... How did it work before? Because previously I was able to do this, but now I'm not. Previously I could do this, and then it would build it. I don't know what happened. Suddenly we can't build stuff anymore in creative mode. I have no idea what changed. Over the last hour, something has changed, so I can no longer build in... Have platforms and ship inventory. No, I didn't have platforms and ship inventory before. Pasting works if you don't have the ghosts. Yes. Okay, so okay, it's that part. This is going to be more than enough. So what do I need the storage for? Going back and forth with a lot of items. What do I need this for? Well, it kind of sucks at collecting, so it's going to need to be able to collect some more. And I only have these 2 collectors. That can't be correct. That can't be alright. Can you chain collectors into each other? No. More thrusters? No. Don't think I need more thrusters than this. Anyway, I think we want to test this. Can we do that? I'm gonna need to find somewhere that I can put in the 2 magical things. That is gonna be that one and that one. So this one will specify what we need. Probably just take it from the other one. Yeah, none of that. Ammo as well. Should now be a thing. And what else? 6 guns might be required. If that's the case, then we'll find out. Then I also want to monitor that, and that. We want to make sure that we track all of the stuff that we want, right? Something like this. Okay, and then I go over to here. And then it was red ones go in here. And then green one go from here. But green one also has to go from these 3 boxes. So that's all the input of what do we actually have. Then I want to get that out to the stuff that we want to grab. What is going to be constrained? This will not. None of these will be constrained because they just take whatever. But I do need to constrain other things like up here. That one. That one. That. Nope. 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 Ah, this one. This one. Input. Okay, there's a mistake over here. Input, 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 and back again. And then I change it so that this is actually input, this is output, and then that will be here. And then in, out. And this will now be constrained by, which one was it? The iron one. So that's when iron ore is greater than 0, then go. And that goes down. This one is going to be when iron plates is greater than 0. It goes down here. This will be constrained when carbon is greater than 0. I love the fact that it's just greater than 0. That makes it easy to set. That means we don't have to worry about setting each of these up. There's only one place you set up what you want. This one will be set filter, and you'll be set filter. And we're going to be even more short on water than before. Well, I don't know. All the water goes in here. And some iron, some... Whenever... Ah! Yeah, you! I need you in my life. No, because now we can only get from the front. Yay! We get a little bit of water. Yay! And then this one's proccing a little bit. And this one's proccing. Good. The water will always be short supply. So we're going to need something here. Bottom left turret looks awful. Yeah, sure it does, but there's not really... That's just how it is. Spawn some asteroids. Nice. I didn't think of that. Nom 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 nom. So this one is eating all of the. Yeah. Okay, they got a little bit greedy, but that's fine. It'll be converted into useful stuff. Alright, so now when everything is working, let's see how power is at. Okay, we have way too much power. Such a weird place this one is. This doesn't seem right that we don't need this much. Maybe? Okay. Can I send this to... Why do we not have any volcanoes here? I made a volcano space. Why does it not work? Oh, research. Okay. Silly me. So let's maybe take a save before, because this is going to be annoying if it doesn't work. How fast is it going? Too fast. We can't really make thrust control on this, can we? So far, so good. Oh no, oh no, it's dangerous. It's dangerous out there. Oh no, the first encounter. Oh yeah, we don't know if we have the right amount of... Yeah, we have the research we can expect to have. And we're now slowing down, flying really slowly. Because it doesn't have enough fuel. So now it's actually slowing down to basically nothing. But yay, asteroids. Oh, this is getting a little crowded. Ah! All right. We need a little bit more ammo going in here. Let's see how that works if we have enough ammo. There we go. And I'm going to spawn some more asteroids so that it gets to a steady... Double row of turrets at the front. I want to see if it's necessary. Because these ones will actually help if it gets really close, these two. So the one thing I'm thinking about, like, how would I really want to control the speed, but I can't control the speed unless I have a thruster here. And I don't want to put extra speed in here. So they have to go at the speed that they can. I feel that I might have too much thrust here. On volcanoes, you won't be able to defend from side. It comes in really slowly from the sides, so I'm actually thinking that I can't, because this and this is still protecting from the sides. This is the point of us trying. Means buffer for extra ammo. It does, but I want to... I'm not saying no. I'm just saying let's see. That's where I'm at right now. Just let's see. Can also move this forward, get a little bit here, whatever. Long hand inserters, something like this. Okay. That is 5,000, and this is 5,000. When it's 5,000 on each, that will be sort of the conditions where we allow it to go. When I should be... the green one is coming in here, so this one is actually monitoring the circuit condition for this. This. And this. And this has to be greater than equal to, greater than equal to, and greater than equal to. And then I also should have the ammo, which is also in here. Circuit condition, ammo. I know this is kind of what I didn't like to do previously, but 5,000. Because it's too much setup everywhere. Having it as launch condition is better. But let's try this. And let's also do novice. Oh, that's all of this crap should have been on novice depart condition. Damn it. Yeah, this gets tedious to set up for everyone all the time. There you go. It might still take very long for buffers to fill up while in orbit on novice with the ship as minimum status. Yes, you're absolutely right. And this is JD has a good point about like maybe launching some barrels, but then the question becomes like, how am I gonna unbarrel? Sure, this one can be then set to unbarreling to begin with, but then right. So, what about water barrels, by the way? How bad are they? Stack of 100, so we transport 5,000 barrels per 5,000 water per one rocket. We're gonna test this. We might not like it. Move it all into the combinator. Oh yeah, I've set to 10,000. I'm kind of wondering if you could set something up like everything has to be 0. So the launch condition is that you take this, all the inputs, and if none of them are above 0, then you can launch. Yeah, no, that's what we've done, but that's it just set launch conditions. But it's not just one combinator; it has to be multiple combinators. Does it? No, it could actually be one. And this one says when that one is greater than or equal to 5,000, for example, and that one greater than or equal to 5,000, and that one. I don't know. We probably don't need the water if we have the other one, so let's kill the water thing. Equal to, or no, equal to or greater than. And then ammo equal to or greater than 200. There. Then we set out a green launch condition, go. That's probably correct, right? And then we have to just kill all this. The advantage of this is that you can monitor it, but oops, we deft. Let's go back. and then take a save. And then pause, delete all that crap, and instead do circuit condition green equal is. And that's obviously not getting in here because it's not getting in there. Yeah. Now it's kind of a circular reference, but it doesn't matter. Then it also gets the green signal in, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't get evaluated. But now it should have the green signal. It does. Isn't there an everything button in the combinator? Yes. Ah, yes. Yeah, small ship. One engine might be better. You're right. It might be flying too fast now. But again, I have some theories, and let's give it a shot. Let's see what we get. Okay, moving, and then, for example, now it's moving at 200 kilometers per second, and that's a little bit much. 240. It maxed out 240, then it burns through the entire stockpile here, and then it'll be done. It'll also probably not be able to shoot down things fast enough, which is what has also been highlighted. Don't shoot that. Ah! It's not working! No! Okay, well, good. We know. We now know. Back there again. Okay. God damn it. You could move it one up, but I'm not winning anything by moving it one up. Actually, I'm winning a little bit by moving it one up. I'm winning that one. And then I could also just move these up here. There we go. Take the power up front and use it for blockades. So that's pretty much the same size, but now a lot more defense up front. Yeah? Is it 2 grabbers? No, it's not. It's not enough. This is also the other part, is that it's driving too fast. So let's see how fast it goes with one rocket, and all this needs to be cleaned up, of course, if this is what I want. But I'm not gonna waste this part. Am I? And then if I take this out, it should just jump in here, right? Good. Goes in. Oh no, this sucks. This sucks. This sucks a lot. Go to a different planet. Go back and you get the mode where you build platforms automatically. Press map again and you have that mode. Go to a different planet. Like, oops, like here? Press map again and you have... This sucks. This sucks. Because now I want to move it one over and then it collides with that and like the whole thing is not working now. Oh, this is horrible. I guess it has to be out here, I guess. Ugh, fuck it. Whee! There we go. That's how we make fuel. Or oxidizer. Done. This is not a pretty spaceship, but there's just so many considerations for this, so let's see. Yep. Good. And it's green. And you are green when you leave. First I need to test whether it works, and then we can always do cleanups on this. I want to see how fast it goes, and then we want to see if mentally, if this is the right speed for a ship like this. This is too slow. 180 is too slow. I think we need two engines, which is weird. But it might make it justified a little bit more, the way that it's set up. Okay, so now we should be shooting things down pretty simply here. We want to keep track of how much ammo we have. 247. And see if we have more or less than that when we get there. Or how much less we have would be more appropriate. Damn it. So, one was not working. Maybe this is actually not the worst speed. Not move. I don't feel confident in moving that much faster than this. Especially like right here. But we are handling everything pretty smoothly. That's pretty much the end. I don't like having, when we're sort of stuck over a planet here on Volcanus, we're going to be starving. Oh, did we use all of the ammo? Oh shit, we used all of the ammo. But what is this if not? That's a carbonic. But if this is carbonic, then that must be metallic. But they're not picking up metallic. They're not picking up metallic because it's now waiting that it's too slow to convert. This is the problem. Yeah. So I guess... And there is no way now that we are going to survive in a way that we... Like, the amount of ammo we need to shoot this... And this... And this... means that we are just gradually running out. Because we can't collect from the sides. All of this is wasted. You can also say that we're not building up anything here. Make sure we get something from the front. You should be picking up. Yes, thank you. We're not getting much from the front. Isn't that a thing? No? So at this point, we are just processing the stuff we have. Swap efficiency for speed, that's completely useless. Take 2 minutes to fly to volcanoes, which is fine. But our issue is the fact that we are using ammo faster than it's being produced. And it's the iron production that's constraining us. This is going to be fun. It's not actually a problem. So just a slow one coming in there is not a problem. But no iron. Like, even if we get this, which is nice, then having one of these is just not cutting it. Interesting. It's 3 furnaces, yes, but 3 furnaces is not an option for us. Like, it's not an option for this kind of design. Grabbers instead of solar panels doesn't work. Because where are they going to output to? And better military science, this is what we can have at this moment. Because the next step up requires yellow science, which we don't have. So. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it'll get us there, but it won't get us back again. Yeah, it seems like only grabbing from the hub is not going to work. Thank you. This is where we are concluding now. And that's why I didn't want to make a pretty design. You could use it as a one-way ship. I don't want to do that. Less guns, more furnaces, no point in empty guns. Well, it doesn't make more furnaces, but where would I put a furnace here? I don't have anywhere that I could put a furnace and still have the same amount of guns, or like having guns outbound. Then I'd have to take out all of this, and then I can't feed these. Now that's not working, and yeah, I can't see how this is working in any way. Then it's like super uneven. That's less guns, but also not working. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't see it. Can you afford speed modules? No, absolutely not. Speed modules have no business on starter spaceships. In my opinion. Like, because then I'd also have to build like many more solar panels. I think. That's at least. How fast is this? This would be crafting speed 3.2. This is 2, so it's. And how much power is it using? It's using. This one is using 36 plus 6. And this is using 396. Yeah, it's completely absurd, the scale here. Yeah. No. It's all about limiting the power usage, because otherwise you just end up having full of solar panels. Skipping too much. There are 20 silos. Now is to launch the new materials. Yes, you're right. But I also think that it's important for us to sort of test the limits. If I just build a spaceship like my old one, then I'd be always thinking like, could I have built it smaller? So now I build it this small and say like, yeah, it can get there, but it can't survive and it can't sustain. So, all right, this is not going to work. So what I've now learned particularly is this thing here could work. But what we definitely need to have is we need to have grabbers, not just the front, but also the side. And we have to get better ammo production. So that's kind of the main learning from this. Second. The unsinkable 1, the unsinkable 2. Alright, so let's start with this as a base and then throw it away. Actually, let's not start with this as a base, because it's really difficult to figure out what I want to do different. I'm thinking something along the lines of what I did previously. 3 of these into 1 of these seems to be the name of the game. But that's... I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing here? Something like this. And then we kind of have here, that will be that. Not that it's necessary, but I'm still gonna mark it as something like this. Not that one, you idiots. Why is this one not working? Oh, because there's a tile. Bonus tile. Doot, 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 doot. Well done. Well done, sir. Thank you. What the fuck am I doing here? They botched that so much. No idea how I did this. Clearly this is not working. So if this is the input belt for the iron part. And this can be the output belt. Question is, can I do that? Yes, I can. Then it might work. Try again. Ratios still short. Still like significantly short actually. Huh. Wow. That's better, but still bad. Huh. Then this design feels like it could be done in a different way. Wouldn't this be better built like this? And then woohoo, shift click. Woohoo. And that's better ratio. And there's nothing not working about this. Love the double negative. This is less ammo than before. Well, it's not less than what we had on the ship that failed, because that one had 2 smelters, which was the bottleneck. This is 4 smelters. Another belt to go under to feed the turrets. Yeah, like this, for example, it could be true, but I could also just output it from here. But I could also do something like this. Probably. Then this one is a little bit awkward here, but right? This is definitely an option, and it's certainly more, and it's kind of the right place, right? 1 speed module to fix the ratio. 1 speed module makes a ridiculous amount of difference with how many solar panels I need. So I really don't want to do that. Yeah. Okay, you're going out, and you're going out. So I don't think I need more than 1 of each of these for all of what I need. And then we should have a little bit more space. Maybe I actually do need... No, hold on. So now we have the next problem, which is actually a much bigger problem. And that is, since I work this up front, I'm moving the front really far away from the hub, which means I have to get belts for things inbound, which I really don't like. Yeah, Planet Express has the same ammo production. Yes, and that works perfectly fine. This is also why I'm leaning towards that. Now, I think that's something I learned from the Planet Express, and well, not from that, but from later on, is that rectangular ships are just better. And yeah, they might be a little bit boring, but
Our illustrious champion returns.
the question is whether I want to have like the outer belt control, whether I really like that one, and therefore I want to keep that for everything. Mr. Tack, thank you for the 39 months. Good evening. Or if that is too much at this stage, and I just want to, yeah. So pros and cons. The pro is that it's a lot easier to manage my my gathering, because the gathering can be constrained by how much I have on that circular belt, and I don't use this for storage of chunks, which is awful. Chunks really shouldn't be going here, and that's why they're, or yeah, these ones here, right? What are they called? Yeah, chunks. They shouldn't go in here because that's why they've set the stack size to 1, because they really don't want us to do that. Is this designing a good initial ship? Yes. At least trying. Moving the front so far away from here, it means... Oh my god, I'm tired. Oof. Well, anyway, I'm going to take a break. And then I'll be back in 2 minutes for the final hour. Be back in a bit. So we are back. Thank you for joining, and thank you for the glorious hype train to get us here. Yeah. So, pieces of the puzzle.
A new subscriber.
Crucivator, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
We are building an army.
So what if I moved this to one of the sides, it would be awful. But if I moved it a little bit on either side, it would also be awful. I'm kind of leaning towards, on the one side I do this, on the other side I have a little bit of storage. I don't need that much more storage than this. And then I have this on the front, and I have something like this on the back. That seems, yeah, okay, now the ship is dying. That's as we expected. That seems to be the good solution. Now the next part is, what if I do this? And that's what to do. Yes, no. Is it good? Is it bad? Is this a good idea, a bad idea? We could also, like at this point, just do something else. We could do it up here. And then say ammo on one side. And Let's see if ammo is going to be on one side. It's either like this or it's like that. I think it's going to be like this. Because then as we build... They are not overlapping when they're normal, so there'll be a slight overlap if they are better, and they will be a little bit better. I think this makes sense. Let me just do that. Hmm? Crushing doesn't need to be there if chunks are not in the hub. Correct. Well, something has to be here. Like this one has to put in that. And you have to put in the ice. And you have to put in the iron ore. Which means that we have a problem on this side as well. Because this one will now be getting all them chunkies. And that sucks, because that's on the wrong side. Compared to that one. Unless I do stuff like this. And get it back in here, for example. This I do not like. But there are other ways. There's also that way. But now this is going to be a problem because that comes out again on the same side. It fucking sucks. This dude hitting the sack. Alright. I understand that. I am also completely wasted right now. Let's take all of this and just slide it a little bit down and then just at least get this moving in a circle. I really dislike this. Like, they should be outputting on that belt. If not, then it would always move it a little bit closer anyway. And then, yeah, okay. Haha. Funny. These are right-hand side. Right-hand side means that it actually does go into this one. That's fine. But it goes in on the wrong side. I don't know how to fix this. This can't be put down further. Down. Could it put, if I put it up, that's not helping. Okay. That makes the whole damn thing possible to do that. But now I don't have an output. Yet. I have an output from here. There and there. But the only thing I'm reading from this is I can put the whole thing a little bit closer. I can cut one more out. Somehow. But I don't know what I'm going to do about this one, though. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this is actually supposed to go like this. Or something. This one doesn't work. Nothing is ever symmetrical. U-turn on top. I mean, that takes space up here, which I don't want to use. So that's kind of why I'm not doing that. Or maybe I'm just not seeing what you're... For the ammo to the belt. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. I think that you're missing something. Yeah, but that one is annoying, and this line is also annoying. So there's something that's just not. Damn. It's fucked. See, this doesn't work. I can do these two, and I can do that one, but I can't get any of the other ones. Maybe this means that it's more important that it goes up here, and then yeah, sure, it uses one more space, but that means it is actually able to get all the way over. And that might be, and then I can do a U-turn, maybe. I think this is more important. I'm gonna try that U-turn idea thing. Like, that's not obviously not working because it goes up here, so nope. So I don't see it. I don't see any U-turns possibilities. Insert for ammo on the opposite side of the belt. Yes, but if like this, and then an inserter, yeah. But then I don't, if I do this, then I don't put it into the main belt, and then I only have storage on this belt, which is fine because it'll just fill up and that'll be the storage. But then we have this issue, because this is the next part. These are putting on the wrong side of the belt. I don't know how to fix that then. Because just FYI, this is going to be like that. It's not going to be anything on the outside. Ooh, yeah, this is now good. Because if I don't know, it is good. Because I can then just get, like, these can just be placed down here. Turn the crossers vertical. Of course, I'm such an idiot. Oh no! The ship! No! No! Ah. It's still alive. Still alive. A little bit. Sometimes I'm just blinded to the most obvious thing, and you guys were like, why is he not just turning them sideways? Is there something I'm not seeing? No, there was something I was not seeing. Oh. And they should be outputting before they pick up. So there's like that one. Like that. Woohoo! And there's actually room on the side, so that's also good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's try here. These two. Oh, I have to remember that I also need something inbound here, which should be simple enough. Maybe like this one. Right hand side in the direction of travel is the inside belt. Whew, lucky. And that goes there. And that doesn't work on the other side though. And right hand side in the direction of travel is still correct. Isn't it? Why are they not connected? Oh, right. Okay, so... No? Now it works. So this works, but this does not work. No. Okay, so they have to be like this. Okay. That's weird. Damn, this bothers me that it's not equal. So now, asteroid collectors, sure there's a gap, not big one, especially not with uncommon ones, which I think is fair enough to assume that we have uncommon ones. For our first ship, just a few of them. I don't know if this is enough. I guess we'll find out. So this belt will be... How the hell is this still not working? This does not work. This works. Yeah? But it looks like it's incorrect. No? No, it's okay. Okay. Just get whatever. So, I'm feeling something like this, for sure. Taking these to the side. Now I think I need a 2-engine ship here. That feels right, better. Although I absolutely hate the design of two-engine ships. Look atrocious. Like this. Oh, they actually got placed. Nice. That one. And okay, it could be worse. It could be worse. Also, could be worse. There. That's water. Also, could be worse. One chemical plant sustains 30% of one thruster. Yes, but they are also not flying all the time. That's why we have buffers. That's my thoughts on this, at least. Question is if this is enough pickup, or I also want to pick up down here. It is going to be parked quite a lot, so it might be worth it. And then I think this will actually be moved a little bit up. Yeah. This bothers me so much. You won't believe how much that bothers me. Or maybe you will believe me how much it bothers me. Mm-hmm. And then we definitely need some kind of protection down here, because now we only have front, but something. Accumulator, we're not using accumulators. This is easy. But is it good enough? No. It's only one. I don't think one is gonna cut it down here. It's better than nothing. I wonder if I could squeeze this a little bit. Could I then place it here? No. And this water reservoir is also a thing, but it's easy to place that one here. Little bit asymmetric. Like this, like it's so close, like so close that I can do this, but not really. And I have to get this in here, which I can't. So, or here, which also doesn't make sense. So close. This one's fine, but then I don't get the other one. I could make it like this, but then I'd have to turn one, and then I'd have to turn the other one. I don't know. Doesn't seem like these two are exactly like here. And these two are also exactly alike, which is kind of weird why. Where's this show tile grid? What the hell's wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the same. Ah, right, that tile. So this is 4 plus 1 plus 3. It's 4 plus 3 plus 1. That's why. So this is technically 1 out. That's why it was weird. Not that that matters at all. But I could sort of, I don't know, take this one. I could move it 2 down like this, but would that solve anything? Like this? Yeah, I kind of do something, but it won't really do anything for this one. And like it's just too different for me. I don't play mods, so generally. Turret between crushers without touching belt and use red inserted from the bottom. Ooh, that's... Oh, yeah, that's nice. Oh, good spot. Good spot. Yes, yes, yes. That, I think, is sort of completing it and saying, yeah, there's 2 on this side and there's 2 on this side. That's fine. I'm even going to do it like this then. Oops. Yeah. Then these 2 are the same as those 2. Ish. And I'm pretty sure this has enough power. It looks like it has enough power. It does has pretty good coverage, for sure. Then we need to control this with our setups here. This is the launch conditions. This one will now be monitoring a belt and not the stockpile here, because none of these are going to get in there. Okay, something is getting a little bit out of hand. Let's see. So from that one, I'm going to lock these 3. And these are only going to be active when that is greater than 0. I am pretty sure this has to be a... I think actually everything should be stack inserters or bulk inserters. Why not? This one can barely empty. Make sure circuit wires are connected for fuel combinators. Sure. Yeah. See, that one is here. And this has to get some inputs. And that's going to be our favorite thing. Actually, this is our favorite new feature, I think. Yeah. Nope. That one. They hold all belts. So that now goes in as input, how much we have on the belt, and all of that. This doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does. Damn it. It's just a different metric now. More like 50, 50, and 50. Because now this is not monitoring what's in here, but actually what is monitoring on the belt. Is anything being monitored that's inside this one? I don't think so. Oh, yes, it is. This parts and that one. And actually, I think I have a problem. This is producing 10 per second, and this is consuming... Oh, 5. Okay, so if this was always working, that would be fine. But it's not. And the ammo belt is stuck, and the ammo production is stuck. Soon. Now it's stuck, and then we start building up stockpile in here in all of these. Grabbers of no restriction, that's going to be the next thing. Because what we have on the belt... Do you not need to connect fuel tank storage to something? Yes, I do. I do. One thing at a time, but let me do that now, because then you not going to stress out about it. There and there. So that goes in here. Monitoring how much we got. Its launch conditions go. Ammo on belt is good. 331. So let's actually just say, well, 200 is probably fine. Okay. And so that's the launch conditions are good. Hellhound, hounded. Thank you for the 4 months. Then we have what is coming from the storage is this. And then we have the stuff that's coming from the belt is that. Okay. We can see water is still not really, it's slowly filling up. Yeah. What are we missing? Oh no! En route to Volcanus from Novice. What? What? Oh, destroyed. By medium metallic. Okay, it was destroyed. Oops. First search used to have 600 ammo in store, if I remember, but had more turrets. I guess we will know with the first one. Yes, absolutely. We'll know. Or we won't. And then I can just make a storage where this one instead goes into the storage, and then I find a way to get out of the storage onto the belt. For example, just here. That would be fine. And Shadow Charlie, thank you for the 20 months. Okay, I think we can actually get this ship done today. Let's see. We now need to set conditions for these here. This one will not have any condition because that will just keep going on. Do I want to fill up? Yeah, I do want to fill up all of this because that will function as our stockpile as well. So always get more of this. Cool. So the next thing is from the output here into those three, and then it also goes out into that one. That one, please work. Set filter. And then, not surprisingly, it's setting them to all of them. Don't like that there's no connection from this one to this one. It just kind of feels weird. So, we'll get a connection here. There. It feels better. Okay, so it has enough ammo. It has not enough... what's it called? Chunks. And it has good storage of fuel, and it has 2 of these, so yeah. So I'm just thinking of whether I've done everything we need. There are a few tweaks we could do on this still, such as we can always add more ammo down, or more gun turrets down the side if we feel we need it. We might. This is a little bit low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Especially depending on the speed. Let's just go. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah. I don't really have any indicators of what, but okay. So now it's moving. It's just the ice that's needed now. Well, nice little box ship. It's I don't know what it is. Pretty is not the word that comes to mind. Fuel throttling could help, really help. Yeah, it probably could. Which might be valuable here in the beginning. You're right, let's consider that. First, let's do a trip and get some learnings. Still not keeping up on ice, but keeping up on everything else. And the speed is 186. Now it's because we are over halfway, so it gets faster. Okay, now we have everything in store. And ammo production is working. Stuff on belt is how much? 157. 150. Also, the uncommon ones helps a lot here. Okay, so we landed here on this location. Looks good. Then I will say circling condition is green. Then I don't need the other ones, except for show. And I think the launch condition here should then be 300. Because that's kind of as much as we can put on the belt, basically. Doesn't hit a medium asteroid and becomes a rectangle ship. You're really good at that. A rectangle ship. The extra space tile on the upper right, slow it down a bit. On the upper right. There's no extra tile. It's just the variation of the doodads. Okay, so this is now waiting for it to turn green, which is what we see here. We could maybe make a little light here. That goes enable, use colors when green greater than 0. Mm-hmm. And what are we missing? We're missing some fuel here. And we're missing some ammo. So let's see. The fuel is interesting. Because that... I don't know why the fuel is... Oh, right, because I moved this one some time ago. While this one I was not moving, so yeah. And water is not 0. But I don't think this ship is going to be like moving back and forth all the time. This is going to be like, hey, this is a small basic ship that will transport things, just chop up supplies and go back and forth maybe once every half hour or something. That's like the intention of it. Rent about a sushi belt for a change. Well, we do have one without a sushi belt. That one. Look at that. No sushi belting. And we also had another one. There's a reason why this is called second volcano ship and not first volcano ship. And the first one didn't have a sushi belt. And then it didn't work. So, oh, how's energy? I can't imagine that's a problem. Well, I can. Yeah, that's plenty of energy. So, and we just use the spare space we have available, so no problems at all. Yeah, it's good. It's good. This is not awful. And the speed here, 150 until it gets halfway, and then it goes up to a little bit more. Oh, maybe it's actually dropping now because, yep, it's dropping. Okay, so throttling is probably a good idea. Let's think about how we would change it so that it can throttle the speed here. Because it uses too much power when it's running at 100%. Ideally, we would change it to 3 and then run them at a lower, lower threshold. That would be nice. Let's try that once if it reaches. Okay, so this is the speed that is sort of constant production. Okay, this is okay. It's also nice to see that it is moving forward. Just, you can throttle only one. You can throttle only one. Put pump on oxidizer only. The oxidizer goes in here and here, so it actually would be easier to. Anyway, we'll do it when it comes back home. If I'm starting to remove the thrusters right now, it's a bad time. But yeah, it's a good point that we don't only need to throttle one of them. Let's see. And arrive. Good. No, not always, but debug. Yeah. There you go. Ah, that's probably not what I wanted to display as debug. Why the hell's all that stuff? Time usage? No thanks. Sure, clock. We don't need a clock. Who cares? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, because I'm not in the right mode. Then I don't. Then I do get it. That's an option. Well, see, that doesn't work. It works if I do this. Can't see I can do this better. And I do know that some of you are going to be like, yeah, you only have to throttle one of them. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to throttle both. Okay? Okay? But you only have to throttle one of them. Thank you. I expected nothing less. And then I should also, in this one, since this is parameters, set a velocity, I guess. Or is it a velocity or is it a burst rate? What do I like the most as a way of controlling the thrust? Why 3 engines if you throttle? Because I want it to be, instead of having 2 engines burning all out, then I'm going to take 3 engines and burn them at 66%. And then it'll be more fuel efficient but have the same thrust capacity. But it's also symmetry, you know, because of course. Let's do a counter. Or a speed, I don't know. Burst rate is easier for efficiency. But on the other hand, this ship, once it's done, it's done. And then I can set like, yeah, if you fly at 120, A-okay, or 150. Yeah, I think I want to set it at a speed. That's going to be a velocity. 150. I think that's 150 is the number. So, what is it I want to do? I want to see that this is enabled when you're going to be... Oh, there's no... What? Oh, right. It's all the way over here. That's funny. What? Was it always like this? What? Why are there so many bars here? That's... I'm confused. Maybe this one isn't usually there. That's the editor inventory. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. Okay, that's why I'm like, what? Read speed as V. Good. So now it takes output V into here, which means we also have V output as 150. But when it gets to more than 150, it'll be a negative number here. So I'm going to be taking that number from, that's on a red wire, that's the output here. That one and that one. And then this one will say that you're going to be only when the V is greater than 0. Because once it goes over 150, then you subtract the 2 numbers, and then it should be negative. Yeah? Done. And let's fly another round. Let's see. Oh, it goes up, and then this one stopped thrusting. No thrust. No thrust. It's still burning all the thrust in here. And then it stopped dipping. And it gets a boost. You can see the lights up here. And stops. So it'll be a little bit... And we're running around 50% thrust. We can bump the speed up a little bit more here. Maybe 160 or something. Maybe could also be 200, but that would... We want to see how much is the thruster fuel capacity in here. The consumption rate is... It's never more than 50. And this ratio here is where do we want to get? This is the thrust. And this is the fluid usage. And this is the efficiency. Like filled at. So when it's about 50% filled, then it's 70% efficient. When it's only 11% filled, then it's really efficient. Okay, that's crazy. So it is actually really efficient now. Hello, Summergod. Limit speed to manage how fast guns need to shoot. Limit pumps duty cycle with clock to manage how much fuel is consumed. Now. Hello, Dog. Thank you for joining. Love the content, especially the masterclass. Can't wait for the next episode. Awesome. That'll be on Thursday. Yeah, I like this. I think it looks nice. just have a little bit of thrust indicator here. That's an interesting color. That means thrust is active right now, which is weird. But it's not green yet. Because we're missing some ammo, which is coming out pretty quickly. Let's see. It should be departing soon. And walked away for a bit and see what I went back to. 3 thrusters instead of 2. Yes. Because then we can have them run more efficiently. That should almost be there. We should get a green signal soon. Anytime now. 93, 94, 96, 97. Oh, okay. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and go. Why not assemble 3 for ammo production? Because I have blue signs unlocked. I don't have purple signs and I don't have yellow signs. That's why. 0 thrust active. Well, 0 pump thrust. And now there's a pump. And then you can see the these 2 little lights pump. Little boost. Not much boost here. There, a little boost again. It's really not using a lot of fuel anymore. I guess we can actually get it up to 200 with this efficiency, I think. Shouldn't be a problem if we can then sort of survive. And then if it's 15,000 kilometers divided by 200, that's 75 seconds to travel between the planets. That's pretty quick. There. And how much ammo does it have left? It has 100 left when it arrives. I think this ship is really nice. Looks like a space bus. It's kind of a space bus. Now I'm wondering something. If I did exactly the same, but I added 2 more ships like this, wouldn't it just be better because it would be less thrust on all of them, and therefore it would be more efficient? Seems like it. Yeah, I like this ship. This I also really like this sort of iteration on how to control the ship. That everything that we want to limit is in one single thing, and then we have one that figures out launch condition, and another one that figures out what to produce more of. And that's it. Produce more chunks, produce more raw materials, produce more intermediate materials, produce more ammo, produce more fuel. All those things are sort of controlled from a single location here, and including the speed. Like, this is pretty good. And it's not the prettiest ship in the world, but it's also not the ugliest ship in the world, and it's pretty damn cheap, I would say. I thought I saved this blueprint, but whatever. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I also deleted it afterwards. So this is the Volcanus Express. So this definitely needs a Volcanus icon. What else is it going to be? Like, nothing else. Could probably also go to Fulgora, Don't think it could go. I don't know if it could go to Gleba. Maybe. It's a small ship. We might just indicate it like this. We could try. Try sending it to Gleba. Oops. Gleba, this is. And then that is from Volcanus is a good location. It's a little bit further to Gleba, isn't it? And that's a launch condition of green. Might need more solar for Fulgora. That's a great point. That's a great point. Or some accumulators. Get out of map. Oh, look at this one. No, it's not actually longer there. This one is not longer. Ew. They could have made this star map like so that the distance would kind of make sense. Like just making this one out here. Then you could see that could be 15 and that could be 15, that could be 15. But from here it's like 15 plus 15. Or maybe 25 across. And then to Fulgora. $157. So it does take quite a while for it to fill up. Also, the fuel is not great. That gets poured in here first. Don't you want Gleba directly to Navis for special reason? That's not what we're doing now. Right now we're just testing to see if it can go to each of the different planets, because maybe there's a subtle difference on density or something like that, or solar power capacity. So right now it's just about, can we get there? And I also think we could reasonably expect that all of these are going to be at least uncommon. So I'm going to put those in common. I don't think anything else needs to be sort of qualified as that. Water is fine. Thrusted, this is not fine because this is the 37.5 is not much. Yeah. It does take quite a while to load here. So these are not even accumulating yet, because they are still filling up here. This one's filling up, this one's filling up. Now it should be accumulating here. Why is it not? Oh, it's because they are still filling up the pipes. Did I miss a Nilaus uncommon factory build? Nope, you didn't. There is technically none, but there are only a few things I want to make uncommon, and that is that one. And maybe that one, probably. And solar panels, these. But I don't want to include that in the blueprint. I want to sort of mention that when building, and sort of when we build the last parts, and say, and this at this point, we want to upgrade particular things so that they also output any uncommons once in a while, and rare one maybe even. Is it accumulating? No. Is this accumulating? No. How the hell is it not accumulating? It's because but why? I don't know. You're working? You're working? Okay, it is going in here. Slowly, slowly, slowly. And this one also going in here. Slowly, slowly. Samu, thank you for the 5 months. Alright. Well, I am going to just have to wait until next time to do that. Whoop. Whoop. That's a little bit faster. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, we'll just It was filling the engine. It was full, and I was just kind of filling this up. But since our time is up, then since I did say we wanted to see if we could go to Gleba, then, well, let's go to Gleba and be miserable, because that's what you do at Gleba, right? Anyway, when you're stopped, the thrusters hold 3k each. Yes, but it's still, that's not enough to get us anywhere. Anyway, so tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday will be Assassin's Creed, and then tomorrow, Monitor Power, that's a good point. Alright, that's because I changed this. Yes, next Sunday will be more. We didn't actually talk about whether we should take a look at the new stuff on Satisfactory. I might do that myself tomorrow, or I might not. I'm a little bit tired, so we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen there. Okay, so looks like there's not really a problem with getting to this location. Maybe from Fogora it's gonna be a problem because there's not a lot of solar power. Ooh. Did we? Yeah, we're actually running out. So we're using quite a lot more of the ammo by going there. Let's see if maybe just hovering here we're actually using too much compared to how much we get inbound. That's interesting. Right, anyway, that's also something we'll take a look at another time. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching, Joe joining, and particularly thank you to the people joining on the Hype Train, Robster, and Moon particularly. Thank you, good night, take care, and see you hopefully tomorrow. Good night.